It's going to be a live picture. We're just going to leave this up here. Looking off to the south and to the west, you're going to see the lightning occasionally lighting things up here. So this is definitely a potent storm. A lot of lightning, almost continuous. What we're going to have to watch as this gets a little closer is kind of off in the distance in between some of those lightning strikes. If we can see anything that's a concern. Not really seeing anything that immediately is jumping out at me. Again, this is the most significant storm that we've got coming through right now. Been trying to look at our live radar to Muscle Shoals. I think we may have some connectivity issues with it. Kind of losing that indentation. It's still here, right along the Tennessee River. It's not as well defined as it was, but the rotation is still pretty well defined here. Again, right over the river, northeast of Barton, and now heading into the Florence area. Again, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, towards Muscle Shoals as well. This may actually track, just based on the way the river flows here in between Colbert and Lauderdale County. The area rotation may actually track pretty close and kind of follow the path of the river, again, into this area of the shoals. So again, I need you in your shelter in Florence, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia. Still not seeing anything on the debris tracker that would indicate something on the ground. Let's see. Let me pull up our camera again. We are getting a report on something being seen on the camera at UNA. You saw a pretty big lightning strike there. So we're going to have to continue to watch here off in the distance. It's difficult to see these things at night. But we're going to leave this shot up here for just a second. I'm going to see if I'm noticing anything off in the distance. Again, report of something seen, a tornado, perhaps. Okay, there you saw there. We could see the base of the storm very well. Didn't see anything there that really caught my eye. But again, I'm going to leave this live picture up and see if in between those lightning strikes, when we can get a good view, maybe a little lowering in this part of the storm. All right, we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me get back to the radar, get you another update here. Again, this is moving into the Florence, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals area. Again, at the very least, some very strong wind is going to be coming on through. We're still seeing, again, right here in the vicinity of the river, just a little north now. That's where the most significant rotation, excuse me, is. And again, this is headed northeast, and it's going to be coming in right over Florence, so I need you in your shelter in Florence. Again, here's the latest scan update. If there's something that's going to be developing, it's going to be right here close to the river. Looks like just south of County Road 2, headed out of Florence. So basically between County Road 2 and the Tennessee River is where this rotation is going. Again, it's going to take it right over Florence, Sheffield, perhaps part of Tuscumbia, perhaps part of Muscle Shoals as well. UNA, around 10:31, North Florence, 1032. The Greenbrier area here in Lauderdale County, 1034. Wilson Lake Shores, around 1038. Again, looks like this is likely going to pass right over the city of Florence, but could impact areas as far south as Sheffield, Tuscumbia, and Muscle Shoals, even with some strong wind. We'll be checking the weather observations there out of the airport in Muscle Shoals to see what sort of wind passes on through. But again, tornado threat coming again across the city of Florence. So I need you in your tornado safe place if you have not already headed in that direction. Again, lowest level of the building that you're in, I want you to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Small interior closet, an interior bathroom, interior hallway. Those are going to afford you the best protection in the event we do have a tornado that does touch down out of this storm. Let's see here. Indications are that we are getting some reports of some power flashes being seen. That can be an indication of something on the ground. Tornado-wise, it can also be an indication of some strong straight-line wind. That can do that as well. But we did get a report here east of Barton when the storm had gone just beyond Barton. Reports, this is from a storm chaser. Pieces of tree debris and small pieces of wood were hitting his vehicle in that area. There again, you see the area rotation. Still not seeing a debris signature. There you are seeing another notch here in this storm. Again, this is going right along the river. So right here, again, is where we are watching for possible tornadoes. So again, right along the river, heading into Florence. Again, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, need you in your shelter. They are likely going to extend this tornado warning, and they just did. Now it extends into Limestone County, parts of Lawrence, as well as Colbert County. So the tornado warning has been extended. This is now a confirmed tornado over Sheffield, moving east at 40. Confirmed tornado, confirmed by some members of the media. So this is a confirmed tornado coming across the shoals. And where we're seeing it on radar, right here. There you saw the latest update. Right here. Again, moving right over Florence. So again, confirmed tornado, confirmed by seeing some power flashes, also some reports of some flying debris. Again, going right over Florence, down towards Sheffield, Tuscumbia, and the Muscle Shoals area. Again, the tornado warning has now been extended out in time, even beyond here. Let me take another look at our camera. See what we see in between the lightning flashes. Again, this is in Muscle Shoals. The storm is likely going to pass just a little north of Muscle Shoals, again up towards Florence. So I need you in your shelter in Florence. Then let me show you where the new warning includes. Again, this has been confirmed. So the warning has been extended downstream. Moving over Florence right now, need you to stay in your shelter. Tornado warning now extended into western Limestone County. Again, coming through Muscle Shoals, Killen. It'll be there around 10:38, Lexington 10:47, Rogersville 10:58, into Lester around 11:03. I need you to be headed to your tornado shelter in all of these locations. circulation is going to be going probably right close to Highway 72, headed out of Florence. And where we're likely seeing this, where you have this little weakness in the radar pattern, again, confirmed, this has been sighted on some cameras. We are continuing to keep an eye on ours as well. The rotation still showing up here. Again, moving into Florence. It's right here along County Road 2. This is going to move right over downtown Florence, it appears. UNA as well. I need you in your shelter in all these places. If there is something that is touching down on the ground, we are likely going to start getting reports, just because this is a center of population out here in the northwest corner of the state. Okay, multiple reports confirming the tornado. Power flashes coming into Florence. Again, the circulation is right on the southwest side of town, near Sheffield, west side of Florence. Again, coming across right the center of town, the downtown area. UNA needs you in your shelter in all these places, Sheffield as well. May pass just a little bit north of you folks, down a little closer to the Scumbia, Muscle Shoals, but very, very close, so I want you in your shelter there as well. But right now, where we're seeing the most significant circulation, it is coming right through the city of Florence, right along the Tennessee River. And this is going to continue to track off to the north and to the east. This may not necessarily be something too strong, but even a weak tornado can do significant damage. So I need you to take this very seriously. Again, right over Florence is where the rotation is. Moving right into the downtown area. Again, we'll track this out. It's going to go right along 72. Once it gets out of Florence, so that means if you're in St. Florine, if you're in Killen, Center Star, right along 72 there towards Elgin, to even Rogersville, Anderson, need you to be headed to your tornado safe place. Again, confirmed tornado, power flashes have been observed with this storm moving on through. And that is often a telltale sign that you do have something on the ground. Still seeing multiple power flashes from the UNA camera site. So again, it does appear there is something on the ground here moving through the city of Florence. I need you in your shelter. If you are in Florence and any of these other communities, basically along Highway 72, headed out of Florence, again, Killen, Center Star, Elgin, even as far down the road as Rogersville, I want you to be headed to your tornado safe place. Again, power flashes being observed, and that is often a telltale sign that there is something on the ground. Not still seeing anything that's concentrated in a small area on the debris tracker, but we're definitely seeing tight rotation showing up. There's the latest scan update. Again, this is right over downtown Florence, right here. It's where the circulation is tightest, right over the downtown area. Again, headed out 72. It's going to be going across the Cox Creek Parkway on the east side of town. That is next up on where we are seeing the strongest rotation with this thunderstorm. And again, it appears we may have a tornado on the ground just based on the fact that we're getting power flashes, that those are being observed in this storm. Show you the view here with our camera in Muscle Shoals. But again, I need you in your shelter if you are in this part of Lauderdale County. You're probably going to be okay if you are in Colbert County based on the track of the storm and where it is currently located. This is our Muscle Shoals camera. We are seeing rain that has started here. I'm just going to move the camera around a little bit as well. Just to see what we can see. Just a lot of lightning. Not really able to see anything on our camera here in Muscle Shoals. Latest radar view. Again, this is tracking across Lauderdale County. I think you folks in Colbert County, you're going to be okay now, at least from the tornado part of the storm. But if you are here in Lauderdale County, in these areas downstream from Florence, Killen, close to Ford City, but that helps us tell the weather story. You know, we've had reports of the power flashes. And again, if there was any sort of significant damage, because it did move right over the city of Florence, we're going to be getting reports of that soon. Again, the leading edge of the storm still got some lightning with it, but the storm has decreased a bit in intensity. The rotation, a little bit harder to pick out any one area. It's more broadened, spread out. Still some circulation, though, over a fairly large area here through Lauderdale County. Again, we're maybe a little bit better defined now. Looks like it's a little northeast of Killen, and that would be taking it into southern Middle Tennessee in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I think we still have some strong wind. Leading edge of the storm does kind of bow out. Again, that's often an indication of strong wind, and reports of that. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported in parts of Colbert County at the airport. Report from the Colbert County EMA, 2,200 people without power in the Baker Lane and Cedar Hills Estate area. Also 1,400 without power now in the city of Sheffield. So we're getting that information from the Colbert County EMA. The good news is, at the moment, this is the only thing that we're tracking in northwest Alabama. Again, I think the tornado potential has perhaps diminished. There are other storms, though, back in northeast Mississippi, so just want to give you a heads up. Looks like the storm back here towards Tupelo, near Fulton, Mississippi. There is a tornado warning on this storm. If it holds together, this could bring it into parts of Franklin County. So just an early heads up around Red Bay, perhaps. Again, they just dropped that, so they allowed that to expire. But there are some stronger storms back over here towards Fulton. The one thing that may work to your benefit here in Franklin County, notice the skinny blue line. That's the outflow from all this rain and storm activity that's been kind of moving over the same places. That kind of cuts off some of the energy that these storms can pull on in. So hopefully that means a reduced threat here, at least temporarily, for severe weather in other areas of northwest Alabama. Again, our most potent thunderstorm, still packing a punch, but not quite as intense looking as it was. But our tornado warning still continues here for Lauderdale County. It's been dropped from everywhere else, but it still continues here for eastern Lauderdale County. Areas from Rogersville, I think up towards the Green Hill area. Still want you in your tornado safe place just to be on the safe side. Lexington coming in right now. All this is working its way off to the north and to the east. Again, tornado warning continues, but the rotation has really dropped off versus what we were seeing earlier with this storm. I think there's still the likelihood that we're tracking some strong wind. Taking a look at the wind shear product, not seeing that the way it looked, so that's some good news. That's a good sign. Can actually take you back in time and track that. So here's where all this tracked. Where you see these little blips of the red, the burgundy color, that was the tornado that we believe touched down just based on power flashes. You can see, kind of follow the line where that was. Again, it came into Colbert County, went south to Cherokee, right over Barton, crossed the Tennessee River from Colbert into Lauderdale County, and then moved into Florence. And now we're kind of losing that signature. We're certainly not seeing here in the later scans and the later radar data on our rotation tracker, we're not seeing that continuing to show up. So that kind of matches with what we're seeing in the data, that the circulation weakening a little bit as this pulled away from the Florence area. But again, all indications are we perhaps had something on the ground due to power flashes being noted by some sky cams, and also some folks out in the field reporting that in the Florence area as the storm came on in. Otherwise, where you see the other areas of green here, that is some strong wind, so I think we still have that showing up. Again, now Killen and points eastward, that does remain, I think, still a threat with this thunderstorm as it's moving on through. But again, as far as the rotation goes, it continues to broaden out here, not as well defined. Northeast now of Killen. Rogersville, I think you've got some wind. Tornado potential is likely more here in northern Lauderdale County, but again, that threat appears to be diminishing. But still, if you're in Anderson towards the state line, if you know folks up here into southern Middle Tennessee, into southern Lawrence County, the St. Joseph area, towards 5 Points, be in your shelter just to be on the safe side. Again, I think the tornado threat has kind of waned here. Few reports of some trees down in Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals. That was likely due to that strong wind that came through that was measured at the airport there in Muscle Shoals. Another report, though, from a Skycam in Minor Hill, which is here. Report of seeing power flashes, I assume looking back fairly far, though. This is going to be a pretty good distance. Looking back into the storm, but from the storm coming in, looking to the southwest. And I do think this storm's still packing some wind. It's looking a little bit better organized as far as the bowing goes. Again, if there's going to be a tornado, I believe now it's northern part of Lauderdale County where that is, close to the Tennessee border. So this is going to be tracking towards 5 Points there in Lawrence County, Tennessee, just outside of our coverage area. But again, the way this is bowed out, still the possibility for some strong damaging wind gusts that may be coming in across the rest of Lauderdale County. At this point, if there's a tornado threat, it's likely going to be on the northern extent now of what you see here coming on through. And again, still the possibility for some strong wind as this moves off to the north and to the east. We are going to track this whole thing out. This is now looking like more of a wind maker perhaps coming through 5 Points around 10:58. Elkton area around 11:27. Ardmore around 11:31. If this continues to maintain itself, it would reach you folks in Lincoln County, Tennessee, around Fayetteville, coming up around 11:50, almost an hour from now. Again, this maybe is transitioning more to some strong damaging wind as opposed to a concentrated area rotation that would indicate a tornado threat. We're really seeing more of that. Again, the blue and the pink color here, that's wind blowing away from the radar. So you see the leading edge of that now coming into Rogersville and Anderson. Again, that could be some very strong wind. The leading edge is some strong wind that could be 60 miles per hour. We're just not seeing the rotation concentrated over a small area like we were previously. But if there is still that potential for a tornado, it's likely approaching the state line, headed out of Lauderdale County and into Lawrence County there in southern Middle Tennessee. Again, if you're back here towards Florence, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield, the threat has ended, at least the tornado potential. But if you're still out here in eastern Lauderdale County, from Rogersville to Anderson, we still have the threat for some strong damaging wind coming on through. And again, if there's any sort of tornado potential, that's most likely going to be close to the state line, heading into southern Middle Tennessee with this particular thunderstorm. Again, looking more and more like a strong damaging wind threat. The way we have this kind of bowed out here, the way it looks, just looks like the bow and a bow and arrow. That's what it looks like. And that shape is created by strong wind coming in on the back side of the heavy rainfall, kind of pushing it out. So this is where we would have some strong wind coming across eastern Lauderdale County. Again, I think that's our biggest threat right now with this storm. If there is going to be any sort of rotation that develops and tornado potential, I believe that's most likely going to be here on the northern extent of this line, right along the Alabama-Tennessee border and starting to work its way more into Tennessee and out of Alabama. But we're still likely going to have some strong wind, and it's very possible if you're here in Limestone County, from Elkmont back to Lester, Mount Rozel area, we may get a severe thunderstorm warning that is issued for you folks here. I kind of doubt we're going to get an extension of the tornado warning, but I think a severe thunderstorm warning certainly would be warranted with this storm. Let's see now. Update here from what the Weather Service is seeing. They're also noting the bowing of this line across northwest Alabama. They also note what we were talking about in Mississippi, where it looked like there was an outflow boundary, where there was a push of cooler air pushing away from the storm. So they're also noting that could mean less of a chance for some of those storms coming in to Franklin County being severe. And an update here on the tornado warning. They are going to extend the tornado warning. Again, I think it's more of a damaging wind threat, but it is possible in these sort of situations that, yes, you could get perhaps a quick spin up. So the tornado warning is going to be extended for the possibility that something may spin up along the line. It is no longer the confirmed tornado, though. That was indicated by the purple line. This is now red, which means nothing that is confirmed. But the warning has been extended. And there's going to be a couple hazards here. Most likely one is going to be strong damaging wind gusts. But along the line, there could be something brief that could possibly spin up. So let's track this out. Again, I think the main hazard is going to be strong wind, 50, 60 miles per hour, perhaps stronger than that. There might be a brief little spin up that could develop as well, but nothing specific that's being tracked right now. Lester, storm coming in around 11:08, into the Elkmont area around 11:27, Ardmore coming in around 11:30, and into the Blanche area, southwest Lincoln County, Tennessee, coming in around 11:36. So again, the tornado warning extended. So the sirens are probably going off here, Limestone County. This is nothing that's confirmed. It was confirmed back in Florence, and reports of power flashes there. So this is no longer a confirmed tornado, but the possibility that something may spin up out of this. Still some rotation between Killen and Anderson, so let's take a look here. And again, it's going to be, like I said, the northern part of this storm. Let's take a look. There's still some broad rotation between Killen and Anderson. This is it, kind of behind where the leading edge of the heavy rain is. So still some broad rotation, but nothing that is concentrated in a small area. Okay, so some power outages being reported in Killen, about 300 without power there. Again, that could have been just from some strong wind that came on through. Tornado warning is, again, extended for eastern Lauderdale into Limestone County, again, until 11:45. Tornado warning has now been canceled for Colbert County. So again, it is cleared there. Again, what we're looking at here with the wind velocity, broad rotation. There might be something brief that spins up, nothing that we are specifically tracking. But given that it appears we may have had a tornado that touched down around Florence based on reports of power flashes. We're not seeing any reports of damage in the city of Florence as of yet. some report to some trees down, which were likely due to some strong wind that came through Tuscumbia as well as the Muscle Shoals area. But as of yet, no damage reports. Again, this storm has more of a look of something that will produce strong wind, but sometimes along that area of strong wind, you can also get some brief spin-ups. So that is what we are going to continue to look for here. This is our live radar out of Muscle Shoals. Again, nothing broad rotation, yes. Nothing concentrated along a small point, no, we're not seeing that. But certainly some strong wind emanating away from this thunderstorm as it's coming on through in eastern Lauderdale County. There you see another look at it with our live radar. Again, this is all bowed out here. That's an indication of a strong push of wind that's coming on through. So again, from Rogersville to Anderson, that is moving through as we speak. Yeah, Jim?
Sheffield Utilities is reporting 5,000 customers out in Colbert County.
In Colbert County, in Sheffield. Okay, all right. So again, it appears we've had at least some very strong wind that came through and parts of Colbert County and a possible tornado that touched down in the city of Florence. But again, waiting to get some information about any reports of damage there. All right, let's kind of show you the big view again. Again, I don't think we have an imminent tornado threat. Again, tornado warning is in effect for northern Limestone County. It does not include you folks in Athens and points southward. So it is going to be for this line, very small line, but a line coming on through. Some strong wind, I think, is our most likely hazard out of this. But there could be a brief tornado spin-up, perhaps, associated with this thunderstorm. It is going to continue to track through Rogersville, out of Lauderdale County, across northern parts of Limestone County. Again, Lester, Mount Rozel, to Elkmont, to Ardmore. This is where this is going to be going. I think our greatest hazard at this point is going to be for some strong damaging wind gust, not necessarily a tornado threat. Again, back off to the southwest, yes, there are more storms that are going to be coming on in here across the northwest corner of the state. But again, note this blue line kind of snaking just ahead of the rain and the storm activity. That's what we call an outflow boundary that's created by the rain-cooled air that emanates away from these storms. And the fact that the storms are behind this boundary limits the amount of fuel that they can pull in from near the surface. So often when this happens, it limits the potential for anything severe. It by and large takes away any sort of tornado potential. You can still, in these sort of setups, still get some strong wind gusts that can be brought down to the ground. But typically, when you start to see the outflow outrunning the storms, that leads to a decrease in the intensity and a lessening of the severe weather risk. So even though we have more activity back here towards Tupelo and back towards Houston, Mississippi, and all this is going to be, again, coming across the same areas here across the northwest corner of the state, probably less likelihood of seeing something severe. It's what's on the leading edge of this that's going to continue to bring that severe weather risk across now northern Limestone County as this storm is exiting Lauderdale County. Again, I think we've got really more of a damaging wind threat here. Officially, there is a tornado warning. There is some broad rotation that continues to show up here close to Anderson, but nothing that's concentrated over a small area. I'm certainly not seeing what we were seeing when this was back in Colbert, Lauderdale County. Again, we got the reports of power flashes around Florence. That's often an indication of something on the ground. And we're waiting to see if we're going to get any damage reports out of there, trees down. We know we have a lot of power outages in and around the shoals, and that is something that would be very common with this sort of setup, with not only the tornado potential, but also it appears this wall of strong wind that moved on through as well. There's some reports, power outages in Lawrence County in southern Middle Tennessee as well. New tornado warning that has been extended now for Giles County, again, I think we have some strong wind coming on through. Tornado potential in many of these cases is going to be on the northern extent. And you can even see that an uptick in lightning here on the northern edge of the storm, which is now in Lawrence County there in southern Middle Tennessee. So probably our greater tornado threat is actually going to be here just north of the state line. Northern part of this storm heading across Giles County. Again, new tornado warning for these areas. That's just north of our coverage area. And then extending from that, the storm bows out right along the Lauderdale-Limestone County line. And this is where we're going to have the possibility of seeing some strong damaging wind gusts continue to come on through just because of this bowing that is moving on through. We're just going to track this whole area out. I'll track it in the Lincoln County. You folks in Fayetteville not under any sort of weather alert at the moment, but quite possibly there is going to be something that comes out for you. Maybe it's a tornado warning, maybe it's a severe thunderstorm warning. There's going to be something. Pulaski at 11:20, the Ardmore area, again right on the state line, around 11:32. Petersburg there in Lincoln County, 11:48. Fayetteville around 11:51. And Mulberry there in the northeast part of Lincoln County, coming in around midnight. Again, this is our most significant storm, really, coming on through. Again, damaging wind, I think, is the bigger concern in Alabama. The northern part of this storm, southeastern parts of Lawrence County, this is where we may have the potential for perhaps a brief spin-up that comes across Giles County. I think that's our bigger tornado threat at this point. If you're in Limestone County, I believe the threat is going to be more of a damaging straight-line wind concern as this all continues to come on through. Not really seeing any hail. Quick look at that. Nothing that jumps out. Here's the wind shear product. Again, right here, I think is our better odds for seeing a spin-up tornado perhaps. Again, that's close to 5 points here in Lawrence County in southern Tennessee, and this will be moving across southern parts of Giles County. So that is likely our better chance for maybe a brief spin-up type of tornado. Otherwise, the tornado warned area here in Limestone County, more of a damaging wind threat. Going to get another quick look here. Going to take a look at the wind velocity in this storm. A couple different radar sources. This is looking from Jackson County. Again, here near 5 points perhaps. Just east of there, some circulation. Look at this from Columbus, Mississippi's radar. A little bit less defined, some bad data in the purple, but general vicinity here near the state line and north, southeastern parts of Lawrence County, southwest Giles County there in southern Middle Tennessee. Again, seeing circulation. And then our live radar out of Muscle Shoals. This is going to kind of getting on the edge of where we can see with that radar, but again, close to 5 points. Otherwise, I think we are just looking at some strong damaging wind potential coming in across Limestone County in particular. And there's one view of the storm. Leading edge of it extends down northwest Limestone County. Up here where the lightning is a little more significant. That's the stronger part of the storm. That's also where we are seeing a little bit more in the way of rotation. Better chance for perhaps a tornado moving across Giles County. Again, Limestone County, I think less of a chance for seeing that. Okay, now up to 2,500 without power in Lauderdale County. All right. We do remain under a tornado watch. We will likely, there's a possibility that the watch may be extended in space, if not time. This is the current watch, goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. It does cover all of southern Middle Tennessee, but it does not cover northeast Alabama. Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County, you're not in the watch. Huntsville back out to the west. Again, tornado watch continues until 3 o'clock in the morning. Our main storm is the one moving through Limestone County and Giles County, Tennessee. Again, tornado warning in both of these areas right now. We are having to watch the northern part of the storm, maybe the south as well. Not real concerned about an imminent tornado threat. This is a look at the wind velocity, nothing that's really jumping out here. Looking at the storm in Limestone County. So look at it on our Decatur radar. No, this is the velocity on it. Again, nothing that I'm seeing that's really jumping out at me as being anything imminent in terms of a tornado threat. We'll have to watch here, just the way this is kind of shaped, a little west of Legtown. Keeping an eye here, northwest Limestone County. I think still mostly a damaging wind threat, but we'll have to wait and see how the leading edge of this storm evolves. The tornado warning has been expired for Lauderdale County, so a tornado warning just for Limestone County now, with this storm continue to move on through. And the latest track on all of this moving its way off to the east. Again, your tornado warning continues, so just to be on the safe side, if you are in the tornado warned area here from Elkmont to Elkton to Ardmore back towards Stella, there in southern Giles County, go ahead and head to your tornado safe place. I don't think we have an imminent tornado threat, but certainly some strong wind will be coming on in. Stella here in the next few minutes, Elkmont around 11:28. Around 11:30 in Elkton, Ardmore around 11:35, into the Blanche area coming up around 11:40. Again, tornado warning does continue for northern Limestone County. It does not include you folks in Athens, so this is north of you. The worst part of this storm is going to stay north of you folks in Athens. But if you're in northern Limestone County, again, possibility, a couple things, damaging wind, and maybe a brief spin-up type of tornado. That would be a possibility that we're going to continue to keep an eye on. Continue to check the wind here. Still watching an area now near Mount Rozel, right here close to Mount Rozel. We are seeing some circulation there perhaps. That kind of matches up with this. Just a little bit of curvature. See if our Decatur radar. So again, here close to Mount Rozel, we may have something trying to spin here. I'm going to track this out. If you're in Mount Rozel, you should already be in your shelter. We may have just a little bit of spin here. So I do want you to head to your safe place. East of Mount Rozel, Legtown 11:21, Elkmont around 11:27, the Ardmore area around 11:36. We may have just a little spin starting to show up here in northern parts of Limestone County. With this storm coming on through. And it's not much, but there's a little bit. Right close to Mount Rozel. Greens toward the radar, reds away. Right there, a little bit of circulation. What I'm watching here is the debris tracker. Right here back to the southwest of Mount Rozel just a few minutes ago. It appears that it's gone. But that may have been something, may have been a brief tornado there close to Mount Rozel. Kind of losing the rotation a little bit. Let's track all this out across northern Limestone County. So I do want you in your safe place. If you're in northern Limestone County, we may have had something brief that spun up close to Mount Rozel. Just looking at the radar data, Elkmont around 11:28, Woodfin Mill 11:31, again Ardmore coming up around 11:36. Tornado warning does remain in effect until 11:45 for northern Limestone County. Tornado warning is also in effect into Giles County in southern Middle Tennessee. Again, we may have had just very briefly right here. This was a few minutes ago, right close to Mount Rozel. That's looking at the rotation or the wind shear. You know, initially what moved through the shoals in Florence continued to track here into southeastern Lawrence County in southern Middle Tennessee. But again, I think it's possible we may have had something there close to Mount Rozel. I think that's a possibility. Again, it would have been very subtle, would have been brief, and still that possibility, even just based on the shape here right along the state line, it's not much, a little curvature, could indicate a little rotation. Again, we've still got that push of strong wind likely coming through as well. Athens, this will stay just north of you. But we may have had a little brief spin up there in northwest Limestone County. Again, I'll show you what caught my eye a few minutes ago. It's right here on our debris tracker where you see a drop in the color. There you saw where it updated. And then moved right over Mount Rozel. And then perhaps fell apart. And there's just very, very subtle rotation there. And again, maybe right here as well, near Legtown. Just a little indentation. This, at this point, would be one of those perhaps quick spin-ups. So again, if you are in the track, I do want you in your tornado safe place here in Limestone County. Here's the latest times. Elkmont by 11:31. Definitely if you're close here to the state line, that's where the threat may be a little bit higher for a brief spin up again out of this, 11:37 into Ardmore. The Elkmont Springs area around 11:38. We do continue with the tornado warning in this area. So I think we had something that touched down. And it does now look like the warning was changed to a confirmed tornado. Although I'm not sure there's still something that was on the ground. I think we had something that briefly touched down. Reported a tree down in northwest Limestone County around Leicester. So this was changed to confirmed tornado. The debris tracker not showing what we just noted. I think there was a pretty good chance we had something right here headed into Mount Rozel, that we had a tornado that may have briefly touched down. Again, that's kind of what we're looking at now at this point with this storm. We don't have deep, significant rotation showing up, but we can get these brief little spin-ups. You do see some new showers kind of interacting with the storm coming on through. Sometimes that can do some odd things. So we're looking at, again, perhaps just a brief spin-up threat now with these storms. There's our Decatur radar. Again, nothing that's jumping out here at me. Maybe something briefly here, close to Mount Rozel. And again, we did see something on the debris tracker out of that storm. So our tornado warning does continue in this area. Let me kind of reset the view. There's nothing else of any concern coming on in at this point in time. This is our strongest storm, northern Limestone County into Giles County in southern Middle Tennessee. Back out to the west, here's a better view of the storms coming on in. And again, we've got this area of outflow. Most of the storms behind that limits their severe potential. But we will have to continue to watch, of course, here in the north. And trailing back here, we're still going to keep an eye on things. Again, there's nothing of any immediate concern back in this direction, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Let's get you back into Limestone County. I think on the southern edge now of this storm, lightning's picking up a little bit, some rotation starting to increase again with this storm. It's still subtle, it's broad rotation, it's not concentrated in a small area, but close to Elkmont. Again, I think we may have had a brief tornado touchdown near Mount Rozel. So I do need you to stay in your tornado shelter here in northern parts of Limestone County as this storm continues to move on through. Here's the latest time of arrivals again. Elkmont in the next few minutes, Ardmore, both of them. We got part of Ardmore in Tennessee, part of Ardmore in Alabama, both around 11:35, 11:36, 11:37. Blanche in southwest Lincoln County at 11:44. So again, possibility we may get something else briefly spinning up here. I think we maybe had that in northwest Limestone County just a few moments ago. And that's something that could continue with this storm as it tracks on off to the north and to the east. Again, this is the only thing that we've got going on right now. This is the only warned storm in North Alabama. The other thing we're going to have to watch, there's a lot of rain back here as well. And the rain's going to continue to fall in these same areas. Very heavy rainfall continuing, steady rainfall. There is a flood watch in effect for all of North Alabama, so we're going to have to watch for some flooding concerns as well overnight tonight, because this is not going to be letting up anytime soon rain-wise. So that will be another concern. We don't have any flood warnings yet. Those are all back into Mississippi, north into Tennessee, but some flood warnings may be coming out as well for you folks in the northwest corner of the state. That may become the problem here short term, as opposed to any additional severe weather, since there are no severe storms at the moment coming out of Mississippi into the northwest corner of the state, but there is a lot more rain coming on in. So flooding is going to be an issue as well for you folks here across Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale County. Again, our potential for severe weather is maximized here on this northernmost storm. Lots of lightning in Giles County, a little less in Limestone County. Storm's looking a little more ragged on the leading edge. That can be a good thing, that it's kind of losing its organization a little bit. Not really seeing anything that's jumping out at me as being significant in terms of rotation. And we're perhaps even losing the strong wind threat at the moment out of this storm. Quick look at the wind shear. Again, nothing that's showing up at the moment indicating some strong shear or rotation in the storm. Certainly not seeing it with the wind velocity. But this storm will continue to progress on into northwest Madison County, western parts of Lincoln County. We'll have to wait and see if there's a downstream warning issued on this and whether it will be severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. Again, at the moment, it would appear that the tornado threat has once again diminished, but there still may be some strong wind associated with this storm coming on through. There you saw the latest scan update coming on through. Strongest part of the storm, Pulaski, down to the state line. There's heavy rainfall, but quite a bit less lightning as you cross the state line into Limestone County here in northern Alabama. So our tornado warning does continue. Monitoring for the possibility extension of the tornado warning, but nothing that's definite yet. Not seeing anything here on the rotation tracker. Does look like they extended the warning. No longer confirmed tornado. But that warning now has been extended downstream. Takes in areas from Hazel Green northward and includes pretty much all, it looks like, of Lincoln County and Moore County here in southern Middle Tennessee. So tornado warning extended. Again, this would most likely be for a quick spin up that could happen. So let's kind of track all this out on this storm. In far northern Madison County now, generally northwest to Harvest, Hazel Green northward. Possibility that we get a brief spin up out of this. Ardmore again around 11:37. Fayetteville now coming in around 11:55. Mulberry area around midnight. Flintville around 12:07. Again, this would be the possibility, I think, for a brief spin up. We're not seeing significant rotation showing up in this storm right now. But I do believe we had a brief spin up near Mount Rozel in northwest Limestone County, and that could certainly happen again as this storm continues to come off to the east. Nothing that's really jumping out here in terms of rotation. This does not look like what we saw heading into the Florence area a little bit earlier. So that's, if you want some positive news, it's that. But keep in mind, quick little spin up can do damage as well. And again, that does remain a possibility. So tornado warning has been extended here. Nothing specific that is being tracked. The update here covering multiple broad areas of circulation. So the Weather Service is also indicating that the circulation areas are not confined to a small area. They're not concentrated in a small part. They're generally broad in nature, but you could get something that quickly spins up out of it. So that's why the tornado warning does continue here for these areas. So go ahead and seek shelter. As we tell you all the time, lowest level, many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, it doesn't appear that we have anything imminent tornado-wise, certainly nothing confirmed. Broad areas of rotation from northern Limestone County into parts of Giles County and southern Middle Tennessee. And this storm is continuing to work its way off to the northeast. So the southern extent of this is going to move across northern parts of Madison County. Northern part of the storm, which is actually a bit more intense, particularly in terms of the lightning, that is going to be moving across Lincoln County. And again, the possibility we might get something brief to spin up. There's nothing specific, though, that we are currently tracking, but we are going to continue to keep an eye on all of that. Here is the wind velocity. This is using the radar out of northern Jackson County. A couple spots here northwest of Elkton, maybe a little bit more concentrated rotation there, and perhaps near Elkmont, just a little bit more. In general, this is just broad rotation. This is also indicating the strong wind that is coming out on the leading edge of this storm. but a couple spots here northwest of Elkton where just a little bit more spin, and also near Elkmont, just a little bit more spin. Again, just to remind you what the colors are, greens towards the radar, reds away. So you kind of see that near Elkmont. You also see it back northwest of Elkton, green towards, red away, and the way these are kind of oriented relative to each other. You know, a couple spots where there could be a brief little spin up that we're going to have to watch for. Taking a look here at the debris tracker, maybe back northwest of Elkton. Sometimes it helps if you go back in time and you look at how this has changed. So if we are going to see a brief spin up here short term, I think close to Elkton, Tennessee, and Giles County. And also back here towards Elkmont in Limestone County. It's all very subtle. Nothing that is incredibly well defined. In fact, actually back here towards Elkmont, I think the potential has decreased from what it did look like. But up here towards Elkton in southern middle Tennessee, maybe a brief little spin up there. In fact, that's even looking a little more interesting. This is looking more towards Pettisville, Elkmont, heading into Ardmore, more an indication of push of wind coming on in near Elkton. Got one of these little notches forming again. So at this point, our best chance, our most likely spot, if we're going to get a brief tornado, I think is going to be back here towards Elkton in Giles County. This is going to be coming into Lincoln County. Take another look here at the wind velocity. Again, very close to Elkton. This is more, this green color, brighter green, wind blowing towards the radar. I think that's more of a strong wind threat, northern Limestone County. Again, possibly a brief spin up back towards Elkton, where the storm has this shape, kind of like a little hook, a little bit of this notch coming on in, and often where we see that happen is where we can get a brief spin up type of tornado. So I'm going to track a couple areas. First, this is going to be where we may have the best likelihood of a brief spin up, and this will be coming out of Giles County and headed towards you folks in Lincoln County. This will be tracking towards Fayetteville if this continues to look like this. Blanche 1144 into the Camargo area 1153, Fayetteville 1157. Again, in these areas of Lincoln County, I want you to go ahead and head to your tornado safe place. That includes you folks in Fayetteville, although this is still about 20 minutes out from getting into town. Again, if we're going to get a brief spin up, I think this is the most likely spot where that is going to happen at this point in time. Farther to the south from here, that's going to be going across northern Madison County and into Ardmore. This is more likely going to be some strong wind coming on in at this point in time, as opposed to a tornado threat. So let's kind of track this out and show you where it is going. And this will be a little south of where that potential area rotation and maybe a brief spin up would go. Ardmore again coming in right now, also into the Blanche area, but a little south of there, Taft 1148, Kirkland coming in around 1154. This is probably going to stay just north of you folks in Hazel Green. It's going to be very, very close to the Tennessee border, going from Madison into Lincoln County. That's where we're going to get some impacts out of this storm as opposed to a little bit more to the south. Let me take a look here at the latest data. I'm going to look first at the wind velocity. And again, still back towards Elkton, right in here along Highway 31. We'll be crossing I-65. Well, you saw the latest update there, so now a little east of there, potentially a brief spin up. Not really seeing that threat elsewhere. Quick look here at the debris tracker. And again, nothing that's jumping out at me. And again, that's the main thing that we've got going on. This is definitely our strongest storm. Lots of lightning, especially here Giles County. So Lincoln County, you're going to bear the brunt of this. The tornado warning, yes, goes for parts of northern Madison County right along the state line. But the worst of the storm is likely going to be just north into Lincoln County and southern Middle Tennessee. Again, back out to the west, there's nothing else coming on in right now. So for you folks in the shoals that took shelter earlier, may be worried, okay, what else is coming in now? At the moment, it's just rainfall back out here to the west. This is the bigger view. I don't want to give you the all clear here in the shoals. We're still going to have to watch, I think, especially the southern extent of where these thunderstorms are that are going through Franklin County and into Lawrence County. But otherwise, back off to the south and to the west towards Tupelo, some heavier thunderstorm activity. There's nothing severe here. The severe weather threat picks up again well southwest of Tupelo, right along Interstate 55 here, heading down into parts of central Mississippi. This will, though, eventually be spreading eastward and northeastward. So we're going to have to watch southern parts of the area, perhaps, for this band of heavier storms that do have some severe thunderstorm warnings associated with them. Also going to watch and see what happens here. We are getting some new development around Columbus, Mississippi, and we'll see what this activity does as it moves east and northeast, again, into parts of North Alabama. But again, at the moment, for you folks out here into the shoals, severe weather threat has subsided. We are watching, though, for some flood warnings that may be issued in these areas due to the heavy rainfall and persistent rainfall that continues to come on in. But at least out here in the northwest corner, kind of taking a pause for the moment on any severe weather potential. Again, you can tell where the strongest activity is just looking at the lightning. Lots less lightning here, lot of lightning in Giles County with that northern and basically the northern extent of this band of thunderstorm activity. This is what is most intense right now. And again, we do continue with that tornado warning. That does include parts of northern Madison County as well as Lincoln County here in southern Middle Tennessee. Possibly brief spin up. I think that's all we're going to be looking at out of this. The rotation that we're seeing in this thunderstorm is not well organized enough that would indicate substantial rotation within this thunderstorm, but some broad rotation, and within that there could be a brief spin up that could form out of this as it moves on in. In addition, there's going to be some strong wind gusts that's going to accompany this storm as it tracks on through as well. Another look here at the wind shear. A couple areas, again, close to Elkton. This is from a few moments ago. So again, where we were seeing that possibility. I'm going to go over to Jim. Give me a little break.
There you go, Jeff. Yeah, I got an update on some of the power outages now. A report out of Colbert County that close to 6,000 now, 5,900 customers without power. Also in Lauderdale County at 2,600. Also got this from Florence Electricity Department, just posted just moments ago that they are responding to power outages. These are customers in the Waterloo, Center Star, Elgin, and Rogersville area of Lauderdale County right now. So they were responding to that. They say do not utilize social media as the method to report outages. Their dispatchers do not monitor that page. So there's the update as far as outages right now. There are a few in Lawrence County. 460. So again, 5,900 in Colbert County, 2,600 in Lauderdale County, and in Lawrence County, 460 right now.
Okay, so sounds like quite a few power outages. And fortunately, that's mostly what we're seeing. Again, a couple reports of some trees down in the Tuscumbia Muscle Shoals area. Again, we had a report of some wind there at the Northwest Alabama Regional Airport, I think of 62 miles per hour. That was measured there. I'm just checking my email right now, another computer. Got a report the wind picking up in Athens. That was just a short time ago. Again, fortunately for you folks in Athens, the worst of the weather has stayed off to your north. That's where the heavier storm activity is. Let's see here. Okay, so some reports out of Center Star. Front porch roof off of a house, some trees down, fence, lean-to and boat damaged. Again, this is in the Center Star community, which is along Highway 72 there in Lauderdale County. Tree blocking a driveway there. Again, Center Star, this is near Blue Water Creek. So some reports of some damage there. That was a little south of where the rotation went through, so that may have just been some straight line wind damage. Remains to be seen. Weather Service, will, of course, will go out and check on all that. The tornado warning for Limestone County has been allowed to expire. Some reports of some trees down in Anderson, Alabama. So we are getting at least a few reports. Nothing major. Like I said, if we had a tornado that went through Florence, again, there were reports of power flashes, but I'm not seeing anything out of Florence. We're not getting, so if there was something, it maybe wasn't significant. So that's good, but it's also late at night. You know, storms, when we get them this time of the night, sometimes, you know, those reports of damage are a little bit slow to come in because it's dark, people can't see, people are already home for the evening instead of being out and about. So we'll have to wait and see. But the fact that we've not heard of anything significant in Florence at this point is actually a good thing. But if you do have some reports, you know, please share them with us. If you have pictures, you can email those to us at share@waytv.com. Again, continue to watch the storm here. I know we have the tornado warning for northern Madison County. At this point, I think the threats for a tornado is probably more into Lincoln County, as really the extreme southern extent of this storm is barely going to make it into Madison County, and it's not looking particularly concerning. We are continuing to watch the storm, though, here moving through Lincoln County. So let's track that out. Still want you to need a tornado-safe place, anywhere from Blanche towards Fayetteville. Here's an update on the time of arrival. Blanche moving in as we speak. Fayetteville still close to midnight. The Mulberry area by 12:08. Lynchburg right outside our coverage area, coming in around 12:14. Tullahoma around 12:26. So again, the possibility that we still may get a little bit of a brief spin up here. Take a look at the debris tracker. Don't see anything jumping out at me at this point. Wind shear product. There's an area towards Boone's Hill we'll have to watch. Nothing, though, velocity-wise that is matching up with that. But definitely, you know, it's an intense storm coming through Boone's Hill, lots of lightning, heavy rainfall. No tornado warning for Madison County, but I really don't think there's a big threat here. Southern extent of this storm is right on the state line. It'll be passing pretty close to Elkwood. But it's moving northeast, so it's not going to get any deeper into Madison County. So I think we're okay here, northern Madison County. You know, may have gotten the alert on your phone from New Sharon to areas north of Hazel Green. But again, it appears the worst of that storm is going to be passing through Lincoln County instead of Madison County. Let's see, we may be getting possibility that the tornado watch may be extended or a new watch issued. Let's see. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. So this is some of the behind-the-scenes information that we check out. Storm Prediction Center is who coordinates the severe weather watches with our local National Weather Service office. So this is Storm Prediction Center's assessment, making note of the storm in Lincoln County, right along the Alabama-Tennessee border. And also indicating storms well back to our south and west, back towards the Mississippi-Louisiana border. So again, watching this, I don't think we have an imminent tornado threat. I'm not seeing anything here rotation-wise that immediately jumps out at me as a significant concern. We're not seeing anything in the debris tracker at the moment, and we're not seeing any areas along this line, any of those little indentations that we talk about that can sometimes indicate the possibility of a quick little spin up. So tornado warning officially continues. I don't think we have anything imminent right now. Still want you to be sheltered though if you are in Lincoln County all the way to Fayetteville and points eastward, just to be on the safe side. Because sometimes these quick little spin ups, they are that. They develop quickly, they don't last, but they can form quickly. Elsewhere, we take you into Limestone County. This is near Athens. We've got heavy rain. That's about it along 72. That'll continue to work its way into Athens. Again, nothing of any concern here. There's really not even a ton of lightning associated with that. We got other thunderstorm activity extending back north of Moulton into Franklin County in southern in northwest Alabama. You saw the latest update. Heavy rainfall, some lightning, nothing that looks particularly organized here. I'm going to show you the bigger picture. So let me click on a couple things here and we'll show you the wider view of what we've got going on. And I'll step on back over here to the wall just to point this out to you. So we're not done yet. This is not going to be a one and done sort of thing for us. We may continue to have at least some threats of severe weather that are going to continue on into the evening hours overnight tonight. Again, we got our initial band of showers and storms slowly moving through. Strongest one, Lincoln County. Again, still tornado warning, nothing that looks imminent at this point there. Then there's the little break back here where we got more rain, we got more storm activity. We don't have anything that's severe at the moment from northwest Alabama back into parts of northeast Mississippi. And then you head back here closer to Jackson, Mississippi, and off to the south and west, heading into parts of central Louisiana. This is where we again pick up the severe weather threat. All the yellow boxes that you see here across a large chunk of Mississippi and into North Alabama and southern Tennessee, those are tornado watches. There's one back into Louisiana as well, although that one's likely been pared back west of Alexandria as the threat has ended there for severe weather. But what's happening is all these storms that are making up this general line are moving to the northeast. The line itself, not moving real fast. It's just kind of moving along pretty slowly. So what we're going to have to deal with, again, we've got our stronger storm here in the north. We've got other storms that are non-severe back into the shoals. And then we got the severe weather threat picking back up into parts of central Mississippi. These storms are going to continue to develop and build off to the north and east. So some of this activity on the leading edge across central Mississippi may make a run into parts of North Alabama as the night wears on. So there may be a continued threat for some severe weather. We'll likely see the threat begin diminishing in the far northwest corner here in the next couple of hours. But then other parts of North Alabama, we'll say from I-65 eastward, that threat for some severe weather may actually persist on into the late night hours as well. Again, our tornado watch currently goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. We're going to wait and see if there's going to be some additional watches that are going to be coming on out. Let's see, Limestone County taken out of the tornado warning. They are going to leave Madison County in it. Again, that warning continues until 12:30, but again, as I mentioned, Madison County, really the bigger the bigger severe weather threat's really going to be more into Lincoln County. Let's get you another look here, looking at our local radars. Again, this is our storm in Lincoln County. Definitely more intense. Just some heavier rain, northern Madison County. Gonna watch this tail end here. Gonna continue to watch where we got that little notch or indentation kind of showing up there west of Fayetteville. I'll take a closer look at both of these areas right now, just because of the way they look in the radar presentation. So let's take a look at the wind velocity. Kind of match these areas up. So that's interesting to me. Right here, along the Ardmore Highway, southwest of Bellevue. This little indentation here. There is perhaps a little rotation being detected. Well, it's not much. Got some bad data here at the moment, but red blowing away. Green, if the purple wasn't here, we'd probably see some green going towards. Maybe a little bit of rotation. Certainly looks like that with the shape that we've got here. Just this little bit of curvature can sometimes be an indication of some subtle spin that's happening in the storm. So we're watching that area. Just a quick look here at the debris tracker. I don't see anything. It catches my eye there. And then up here towards Fayetteville, again, it looks interesting. We don't necessarily see anything too alarming here. Just a little bit of green, kind of bowing out a little bit of red, kind of stretching back to the northwest. So again, perhaps a little rotation coming into Fayetteville. So I do want you folks in Fayetteville to stay in your shelter. Just in the possibility something may spin up here. So again, a couple areas where this kind of bows out. Got this little indentation, this little notch. Again, this is southern Lincoln County. This is not in Madison County. This is southern Lincoln County. And then perhaps as well, just a little subtle notch here west of Fayetteville. That could also be perhaps a brief spin up that may happen. And again, that's going to be tracking right into Fayetteville. So let me put the track on all this for you. Again, I'm not real concerned about anything in Madison County at the moment, even though the warning does continue from Hazel Green northward to the state line. More concerned about maybe something developing along the leading edge here of this thunderstorm in Lincoln County. So let's kind of track that out. Again, moving northeast. Fayetteville, it's kind of bearing down on you. Next few minutes, it'll start moving into town. Howe Hill area around 12:04. If you are in Mulberry, 12:06. And then it will be tracking out Lincoln County and Moore County in particular, the Lynchburg area, coming up around 12:13. So again, this is the whole track on this storm. And there are a couple spots that we're watching where are suspect that we could get a brief spin up. And that at this point is all we'd be looking at. This is not going to be significant tornado coming on through. And the subtle areas of rotation that we're seeing, even not quite as significant or standing out as much as even what we had back towards the shoals a little bit earlier. But here in Lincoln County, I want y'all to continue to stay in your shelter just to be on the safe side. Again, lowest level building that you're in, many walls between you and the outside as possible. We could get perhaps a brief little spin up here in some of this activity. Let's see, out of Limestone County, report of a tree down at Cotton Belt and Hardaway Loop. I'm not exactly sure where that is in Limestone County, but for you folks that live around there, you certainly would know. But again, a report of a tree down there. Another report out of Center Star, large tree blocking the roadway. And an update on our tornado warning. Update here is highlighting the area near Fayetteville, primarily. I think, again, there could be a couple spots along this storm where there could be a little rotation. Again, one here back to the southwest of Bellevue, little notch there. We were seeing that notch near Fayetteville. Kind of looks now like it's maybe filled in a little bit. Not really seeing any tight rotation here. Some broad rotation in the vicinity of Fayetteville, and also extending from there down into southern Lincoln County. But again, nothing that's jumping out immediately. So certainly could be some strong wind. I think that's pretty much a given. There's going to be some strong wind along the leading edge of this storm. And again, possibility, maybe we'll get a brief spin up. Nothing that we're seeing, though, that's imminent at this point in time. And again, if you're in Madison County, at least for the moment, let me take a quick look here on the southern edge of this storm. Not seeing anything concerning here, but we will keep an eye on it as that tornado warning continues. Again, back out here into the northwest corner of the state, nothing that's particularly well organized. Heavier rain, again, coming into Athens, coming into Moulton, little thunder and lightning. Nothing terrible out in this direction, but we are going to have to continue to watch. Don't have any flood warnings yet, but we may end up with some of those before it's all said and done, heading on into the overnight hours. And again, you can see kind of the wider picture here. Let me change radars. We got this band of storms, again, continue to flare up from around Columbus, Mississippi. We got more storms back south to Tupelo and north of Jackson. And again, all this is just slowly going to be coming through as we work our way on into the overnight hours. Again, tornado warning still continues, I think, until 12:30 for the storm here, primarily moving through Lincoln County. A little bit of that extends south into Madison County as well. So again, possibility of a brief spin up. That is what the overall setup is looking like out of this. Again, no new information here. Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, just an update on the power outages. Lauderdale County is now up to 3,100. Colbert County is still at 5,900. We also got an email from a viewer who said that the storm that went through Colbert County dropped trees through mobile homes at the Lucky Community Trailer Park. That's at Avalon and Wilson Dam Road.
Okay, all righty. So that is all. As far as damage, that's mostly what we've been seeing. Some trees, of course, the power outages, that's a big deal. But not really seeing any reports of any sort of significant structural damage. And again, that's good because, I mean, there was concern going through Florence, what was there earlier. And again, I don't think we've gotten any reports out of Florence of anything, even any trees down there. Trees down Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, in the Center Star area. But when that rotation went right through Florence, and there were reports of power flashes from both some storm chasers and also being noted on some tower cameras. You know, that's good news that we're not hearing anything out of Florence, because if something significant had gone through there, tornado-wise, we would be getting reports of that. And if there's something that we missed, again, let us know. Like I said, you can share photos with us, share at waytv.com. If you have damage reports you want to pass along to us, you can email those to newsroom@waytv.com. And again, that kind of helps us out, gives us an idea of what these storms have done as they've moved on through. You know, here at night, there's not a lot of information that often comes through unless it's major. So the fact that we're not hearing of anything major is a good thing. All right, we still continue with our tornado warning for the storm here, Lincoln County. Again, now watching here closer to the border, right along the Madison-Lincoln County line. Just a little bit of a notch I'm going to take a look there. Fayetteville, you're in the thick of the heavy rain right now. Likely some strong wind coming on through. Again, if you're in this tornado warned area, I still want you to stay in your shelter, just in case. Taking a look here in northern Madison County. We got that. There's the latest scan update. Where I'm looking at this area here, but not really seeing anything real substantial. Maybe just a little bit of rotation. Red's away, green's toward a little bit. Right here on the state line. Nothing that looks real alarming. Nothing that really matches up with the debris tracker. But it is something that we're going to keep an eye on. Let me go back a few scans on this. Yeah, I don't think that's anything worrisome. But we'll keep an eye on that. Again, Fayetteville, the worst of this storm coming through right now. So once that begins to clear, the threat for a tornado will be over for you. In fact, that is maybe already cleared. If we're going to see a tornado, it would be on the leading edge of the heavy precip. That's now a little east of town. But still, stay hunkered down there in Fayetteville. Lots of rainfall, perhaps some strong wind. Tornado potential is probably now past the east side of town, continue to move east. Tracking out this whole storm, extreme northern Madison County, Lincoln County, southern middle Tennessee. New Hope coming in 1208, that is in Lincoln County, not New Hope in Madison County, this is in Lincoln County. Lynchburg, Tennessee around 1211, and then it'll continue from there on into Franklin County. It's just outside our coverage area, but I know some folks do watch us there, especially south of Winchester. They can pick us up. But again, this is where this is moving. Tornado warning continues. I think another 25 minutes on this until 12:30. Not gotten any confirmed reports, not seeing anything particularly concerning on radar, but we are continuing to watch it. Let's see here. Another look. There's the bigger picture, mostly just rain for parts of northwest Alabama. Now if there's any spots along here, probably now out of Fayetteville, the wind's all coming from one direction through Fayetteville. But if there's any areas where maybe, again, a brief little spin up, where the red and the greens kind of meet. I can get kind of a sense here near Mulberry, maybe a little bit of spin. Not just south of Mulberry, maybe a little bit north. There you see the latest update, that's moved on. And again, there's just nothing that jumps out here that's incredibly significant showing up in the lower levels of the storm. But we're going to continue to watch. Fayetteville, threat for tornado has come and gone. Still dealing with the heavy rainfall. Areas out ahead of this, Mulberry eastward, Kelso off to the east. We're going to continue to keep an eye on, again, maybe a brief little spin up in those areas. Otherwise, just some strong wind on the leading edge of this. Again, we have to watch just little indentations here and there. That's what we keep an eye on. But again, nothing that's imminent tornado-wise. We've not gotten any reports out of this area. We'll have to wait and see if the tornado warning is extended on into Franklin County in southern middle Tennessee. Again, that's just outside of our coverage area. I know we got some folks in Huntland, though, that I remember from my time here before that have watched us, watched the Huntsville station. So, you know, you folks in Franklin County, Tennessee, just a heads up, this is headed your way. It's possible tornado warning may be extended. Again, we've not gotten any confirmed tornado reports here. No damage reports as of yet here in Lincoln County. But this is the most organized and strongest part of basically this line of storms that's coming on through. And this is what has had areas of rotation showing up along it. Again, we don't have that elsewhere. We do have rain moving into Athens. Really not even any thunder out of this. This is just some rainfall. I'm just going to take a quick look here, looking at the wind velocity. I don't see anything of any concern. Switch radars as we go back into northwest Alabama. Again, nothing that's jumping out here at me that we have to be concerned about at this point in time. None of these storms are warned on. There is a little bit of an increase in lightning here around Hamilton and Marion County, but again, nothing that looks super organized at this point in time in this part of northwest Alabama. Again, back out to the west, there are other storms. They do pick up in intensity and severe threat potential once you get down a little closer to Jackson, Mississippi. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this activity and see how it progresses as the night wears on heading into our area. Otherwise, again, at the moment, the storm of greatest concern is located here in Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee with our tornado warning that does continue. Again, some of these little indentations, little notch here now east of Bellevue, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But if we see anything out of this storm, it's going to be one of those quick little spin-ups. It's not going to be a significant long track sort of tornado. We're just not seeing anything in the radar information that would suggest that that is a possibility at this point in time. I think we're just mostly looking at some strong wind that's coming on through with these storms as they continue to press on off to the east here through Lincoln County. So we'll see about any sort of extension of this tornado warning. At this point, it would only be into Franklin County. I don't think you folks in Jackson County, this would be extended into your area. But Franklin County here in southern Middle Tennessee, if there's an extension of this tornado warning, that is where it would happen as it will continue to pull away from North Alabama as we work our way here through the next 30 minutes or so. Let's see. Tornado warning, it does continue. Again until 12:30 on the warning. The Weather Service is noting areas southeast of Fayetteville. Again, it's probably where this little indentation is. There's the latest scan coming around. So let's take a look at the updated data here. You know, nothing that's just jumping out and screaming, we have something imminent. I think right here close to Smithland, that's about it. It's very subtle, just a little bit there. So again, if something's going to happen, it's just going to be one of these spin-ups, and that's it. And this is going to be headed on into Franklin County, out of Lincoln County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. That's where this storm is headed next. Down into Madison County, you saw the latest update there. There's some heavy rain right along 231, Hazel Green to the north. You hit all the stuff there in Hazel Green, headed north out of there towards the state line. That's where it's most active, but nothing that looks incredibly alarming. But this will continue to hug the state line here as it moves out of Hazel Green, with, again, the bulk of this storm that does have the tornado warning really is pretty much in Lincoln County in Tennessee, and that is pretty much it. I'm going to step off here for just a second. Take a look. See if we got some other information. Again, you get to this time of night, not a lot comes in information-wise. Not a lot of reports come in terms of damage. It's pretty much you and the radar and what it is saying. And the good news is, hey, these are all subtle pieces of radar data suggesting maybe a brief spin up. So at least we are not seeing anything significant tornado-wise out of any of this at the moment. So that is always something to be thankful for. We don't want any tornadoes, period, but certainly nothing that's going to be on the higher end. And the fact that we're kind of having trouble, picking out just these subtle areas of rotation, that's all we're seeing. That's a good thing. If you're going to have to deal with anything, at least you want it to be that and not anything else. But even that, again, just very, very subtle indications here on radar of a couple areas of spin. I think the only places thus far where perhaps we've seen a tornado, still think out towards the shoals. Let me take you back over time. And we're going to look here at the wind shear tracks. So this is going to go back to earlier this evening, 9:14. I want you to notice here, near Baldwin, Mississippi. This is what ended up coming across Colbert and into Lauderdale County, I believe. We'll move this along. There you see it. This was what we were tracking, a rotation tracker, approaching the state line. There were a few areas, but this was the primary one. Here's where it was close to Cherokee and Barton. Definitely the storms were, rotation was more significant back in Mississippi on some of these storms from earlier. But this is what we were watching a little bit earlier. This is what came across the shoals, the rotation tracker, where you start getting these brighter colors in a small area. That's where you had more concentrated rotation. This is what we were concerned about going into Florence. So maybe something here, definitely as it moved out of Barton and crossed the Tennessee River into southern Lauderdale County, the rotation increased. We also had some areas of strong straight line wind extending south of this. That is what moved through Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals and produced some strong wind gusts there. But again, this is what we were concerned about coming into Florence. That's a fairly good indication that you may have a tornado on the ground. But then as that moved into Florence, it weakened. And that may be why we're just not hearing anything out of Florence proper. Again, tower cam at UNA, people looking at that did report that it looked like power flashes off to the southwest, so maybe that was here, southwest of Florence. And then the circulation, maybe if there was a tornado, it lifted as it went over town. We did continue to track mostly some wind that rolled through Killen, the Center Star area. Again, some reports of some wind damage around Center Star. And then that storm kind of weakened a little bit. Did get a pickup here in intensity, getting close to Elkmont here near Elkton. Pretty sure that we maybe had something that touched down near Mount Rozel. And then since then, moving here into Lincoln County, there's been a couple spots, but nothing that really jumps out here. Here is the latest view on our storm. Looks like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, so the Weather Service for Franklin County here in southern Middle Tennessee looks like they've opted for a severe thunderstorm warning for the storm coming out of Lincoln County as opposed to an extension of the tornado warning. So that's likely an indication that the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire where it is now, and where the storm is headed, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Let's take a look here. So tornado warning officially continues for Lincoln County and that extreme northern part of Madison County until 12:30. Downstream warning is a severe thunderstorm warning. So for areas from Huntland to Winchester, expecting some strong wind, but perhaps not a tornado threat. But areas along this storm are going to have to be monitored. I did see that area close to Flintville. Again, that's now getting closer to the county border there, heading from Lincoln County on into Franklin County. Yeah, Jim.
Yeah, Jeff, I just got this from Doug Campbell. Doug Campbell's the EMA director for Lincoln County, Tennessee. I asked him how things are going right now, if there's anything really of note. He said, thankfully, no. This last round gave him a lot of thunder and lightning, about 3/4 of an inch of rain. They're expecting to get some trees down in a little bit here, but nothing beyond that so far. So that's good news as far as Lincoln County is concerned right now.
Okay, yeah, that's fantastic news. That's all we're hearing out of there. Again, officially, tornado warning does continue for just a little bit longer, so we're at least going to stay on until 12:30, until that warning has expired here for northern Madison County and into now really just eastern and southeastern Lincoln County. Again, there's really nothing else of any significance in terms of severe weather threat. A couple things to note here. I'll walk back over and kind of point this out. Okay, yeah, well, Jim, do you want to take that? Or power outages?
In Lauderdale County? Okay, let's see what I've got. Yeah, there's a map of the outages there. The latest I've got from Lauderdale County is now, and it's over 3,200, so it continually has gone up over the last half hour or so. Colbert County at 5,900 out, and Lawrence still at about 460. But we're starting to see more and more reports in from Lauderdale County as far as power outages there.
Okay, yeah, and that's probably going to continue to increase. Again, the good news is here in Lauderdale County, it's just raining now, so the worst of the storms have come on through. Cautiously optimistic to say that if you're back here, Colbert, Lauderdale County, probably done with any severe weather potential for the remainder of tonight. We still may have some stronger storms that impact Franklin, Lawrence County, and of course areas east of I-65. It's yet to really rain much in Huntsville. I think I heard a little rain on our rooftop a short time ago. But that's really been about it. Again, our strongest storm, the one coming out of Lincoln County, that tornado warning looks like it's going to be allowed to expire at 12:30. Severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, the warning's been canceled for Madison County. So tornado warning canceled for Madison County. It does continue for Lincoln and Moore County in southern Middle Tennessee until 12:30. But that storm is actually almost out of Lincoln County. And severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Franklin County in southern Middle Tennessee. So no tornado warning extended beyond what we currently have in play. And again, the tornado warning canceled for that little sliver of northern Madison County, as again, we're just not seeing anything too alarming out of that. Going to continue to watch things here. You do see a couple things. This little band, it's what we call a little outflow that's been generated by this bigger storm. That's the cool air that's come on out, moved away from it. We're going to have to continue to watch. Sometimes with these outflow boundaries, as we call them, sometimes storms that come along can kind of interact with those. And do some odd things. So, I mean, we're going to keep an eye on that. Just doing a quick check here, the wind velocity. It has an interesting shape near Athens, but sometimes it's just a shape and it's not that way because of anything ominous or concerning. So, just a quick look there at that. Again, none of this activity appears to be severe. In fact, barely putting out any thunder and lightning. Decatur, the rain's coming down pretty good for you right now. We do have some thunder and lightning back over here towards Moulton, but again, nothing that is super concerning at this point in time. And even though we have this line of storms coming on through, it's not particularly organized at the moment. Oftentimes we'd have to watch, maybe something spins up along it, a brief little spin up, and that tornado watch does continue. However, nothing that we are actively tracking at this point in time. And again, we're just going to stay with this at least until the tornado warning for Lincoln County has come and gone. No indications that anything is going to be extended as far as that goes. We've got our line of storms, at least one of them, that continues to slowly press eastward. Rain's coming down pretty good in Decatur right now. I'll show you what our camera looks like over there. Oh, okay, so that's it right now. So yeah, it's raining pretty good in Decatur. And that's it. There's really not even seeing any lightning to any great degree lighting up the sky. Maybe an occasional flash or two out there, particularly as you head and look back to the west towards Moulton. But that's it. Heavy rain in Decatur. Rain's coming down pretty good in parts of Limestone County near Athens, points south and east. And just some heavy rain and a little thunder and lightning kind of mixed in here and there. Again, our tornado warning for Lincoln County, that does run for just a few more minutes. But again, nothing that is particularly concerning at this point in time. And honestly, the storm for the most part is out of Lincoln County with just some trailing rain back behind it. Let's see, Limestone County EMA reporting some power outages in the East Limestone area. That's what we're hearing from out of there. Okay, almost 1,400 power outages reported in Franklin County, Alabama.
And Lauderdale County now up to 3,300, so that continues to go up.
Okay. So again, at this point, just power outages. I'd say just a handful of reports of some trees down in a few spots, and that pretty well been it. If you want some good news, after we get through tonight, we'll have some rain around tomorrow. Nothing that is expected to be severe outside of perhaps something early in the morning. I'll show you some of the, we should have some of the severe weather outlooks in. Tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire there for Lincoln County, so that is going to end here momentarily. We just continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County in southern Middle Tennessee. After we get through tonight and early tomorrow, there may be a severe weather threat that perhaps lingers into early tomorrow morning. I'm hoping this is not going to be something that'll continue into the late night hours, but we'll be here watching nonetheless. Tornado watch still goes until 3, and remains to be seen if there'll be some additional watches. After we get through tonight, early tomorrow, still some rain coming up for your Sunday, but then we're going to get a quiet stretch, and not just for us, but for the Mid-South area, Ohio River Valley, back into parts of the Southern Plains that have been hit so hard by severe weather here in recent days. We've been actually very, very lucky here in North Alabama that we have not really had a whole lot other than what's moved through this evening. And this is certainly not anything like what places in Arkansas and Tennessee and Missouri and Illinois, back into even parts of Louisiana and Texas have had to contend with here in recent days. We're going to get a nice break for everyone. So after this system that comes through tonight, and then may bring some stronger storm activity, parts of Georgia and the Carolinas tomorrow, it does look like the severe weather machine is going to shut down for a large part of the country, maybe until at least mid-April. So we are going to get a break, not just for us, but especially for our neighbors to the west that really, really need a break. So that is some positive news. With that said, I'm going to take another quick look here at the radar. Again, our tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire for Lincoln County. There is nothing else of any great concern at the moment. We will keep an eye on some of these other, we'll say heavier showers, occasional thunder showers, but you can see them from Harvest back into East Limestone towards Decatur. These are just dumping some heavy rain right now, maybe producing some 30, 40 mile per hour wind gust. Storms extend between Decatur and heading into Hartselle. Just some rain and some embedded thunder and lightning back towards Lawrence County and into Franklin County. There is a more electrical storm here in Marion County. No warning on that. That'll be coming into Haleyville, though, with quite a bit of lightning, it looks like, and some heavier rainfall, tracking northeast. We'll see if it maintains itself or maybe kind of falls apart as it interacts with this larger area of rain over Lawrence County. And then again, continuing back to the southwest, where we do have some stronger storm activity. Severe thunderstorm warnings pick back up again around Jackson, Mississippi. So we're still not done with rain and storms yet, but I think at the moment we're going to get a little bit of a pause. And it remains to be seen if areas here from Haleyville to Moulton, near Decatur to Huntsville and eastward, if there's some additional severe weather that comes through overnight tonight. Our tornado watch officially does remain in effect. Let me show you where that covers at this point in time. Looks like some areas in Tennessee have been cleared from that. And I think if you're in Colbert, Lauderdale County, you're probably going to be okay, but officially haven't been cleared from the watch back there. Areas in northeast Mississippi have been cleared from the watch as well. Still nothing watch-wise showing up here across Sand Mountain. And again, it remains to be seen if we'll have a severe weather threat that materializes here. Won't rule it out, but nothing that is imminent at this point. Again, this tornado watch, though, that does remain in effect for the rest of North Alabama and a few counties here in southern Middle Tennessee. That goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. With that, 12:30, again, our tornado warning has been allowed to expire there in Lincoln County in southern Middle Tennessee. We're going to go back to our regular programming as we take you back to the television side of things. I'm going to take a brief pause, but then we will be back doing some streaming updates as well. Not going anywhere until we feel that the severe weather threat has completely ended for all of North Alabama. So we're still going to be here watching things. If we need to come on for any tornado warnings, of course, we will do that. Otherwise, look for some streaming updates on social media platforms. Mine's meteorologist Jeff Castle, also the Way 31 Facebook page. Also, you can watch streaming coverage on the Way 31 YouTube channel as we do a few updates here over the next several hours. But again, for now, we're just going to send it back to regular programming, but not going anywhere. We're going to continue to watch storms and any sort of severe weather threats that may come from them as long as that continues on into tonight. That way you can kind of see how we do this.
I don't know how you just did that.
Well, I've been
That
doing
was
it,
2.5 hours.
doing it too long. I get a little winded, I mean, I'll be honest, when I All right, hello everyone. Way 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle. We're back on the live stream, not on TV. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's been issued now for this leading edge of some heavier rainfall and some embedded thunder and lightning that is coming out of Morgan County, southeast Limestone County, moving across southern Madison County, northeastern parts of Marshall County. Possibility for some strong wind out of this. We're really not seeing anything else. Certainly no tornado potential at this point in time. Tornado watch does continue until 3 o'clock in the morning, and I think really the best chance of a tornado has kind of come and gone. And what we're going to be doing now for much of the rest of tonight is what I like to call kind of babysitting the radar, just keeping an eye on things. It's not particularly intense, but there could be some gusty wind that comes along with it towards Lacey Spring, South Huntsville perhaps, and then eventually crossing over Green Mountain into the Hampton Cove area. That is kind of all we're looking at right now. That's the active warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County here in southern Middle Tennessee, just outside of our coverage area. Again, there's some lightning back here in northern Madison, Limestone County. A bit more lightning with this activity back into Winston, Marion County. None of this severe, at least not severe warned. It looks like I lost my connection to the computers, so bear with me just a second. So I try to get that figured out. But there's our line of storms extending off to the south and west of North Alabama. I think just a different tab tried to open up here. I'm going to close it and start over. Okay, I think we're back in business. So I can control the computers from over here. Again, this is our line of storms. Continue to come on through. Slow process. May still be here a while. Again, we got our severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, looks like we've had some adjustments here. It just came through. So let's run you through what's changed. Colbert, Lauderdale County, out of the tornado watch, which I thought would be coming. But into the tornado watch, we now have Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. So you are now in the tornado watch. Let's get that updated. Let me show you the updated watch. And at this point, assuming we don't get any tornado warnings, I'll be able to answer some questions on Facebook. That's where I'll be checking. All right, here's your tornado watch. Goes until 3. Colbert, Lauderdale County, you're out of it. So threat of severe weather done there. Same for areas in southern Tennessee west of I-65. And then we've added a few counties here, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. I don't think the threat's going to be real high for seeing additional tornado activity. The atmosphere, we're warm, but when all this started this evening, we were still well into the 70s. We are going to start seeing the atmosphere cool off a bit as we take you through the rest of tonight. Temperatures slowly drifting back, still in the 70s in a few spots, Moulton, Coleman, Gunnersville, and Fort Payne, but elsewhere we've cooled. So out here into the shoals, again, severe weather threat over. Some of the areas here, I think Limestone, Madison County, in pretty short order. It won't be too much longer, maybe drop from the watch because we've cooled. Where we're going to have perhaps a continued threat for maybe a brief spin-up tornado, and probably nothing more than that, is where we still have temperatures in the 70s, but even here we're gradually going to see temperatures cool as we head through the rest of this evening and on into tonight. So the watch goes until 3. We'll see if anything's extended beyond that. But otherwise, I am expecting that the severe weather potential is probably going to diminish as we take you through the rest of tonight. But we will watch. We'll be here. I'll be here until the threat is over. I do have one of our folks on our production team, one of our directors, hanging out as well, just in case I need to go on air for a tornado warning. I think the odds of that are pretty low. But I never say never. Stranger things have happened. The atmosphere is a very complex thing, constantly changing, evolving, and we still have some ingredients in play that could support maybe a brief tornado risk. So we're just going to keep an eye on things. Again, we do have our severe thunderstorm warning for Madison County, includes South Huntsville, down to the river, northern parts of Morgan County, that includes you in the Lacey Spring area. We've got southeast Madison County over here, Owens Crossroads to New Hope, Gurley, you're included in this warning. A little bit of northern Marshall County in this warning as well. And again, going to be watching for a few things, any areas of rotation. That's what we got to watch for quick little spin-ups. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That's often what we end up dealing with. Let's see. Limestone County, you've been removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. Along this line, we'll be watching anything concerning for a brief spin up. Not really seeing anything, but it is something to watch. It's not necessarily real organized. It's not even any thunder and lightning, but some spots, some things noted on radar here. Let's talk a little bit about radar meteorology. Got an outflow boundary that extends here from south of downtown to south of Newmarket to near Princeton. That's from the storm earlier, the big one that prompted most of the warnings. In fact, I think all the tornado warnings except for one early on came from this storm, which is in Franklin County here in southern Middle Tennessee. Out of that, we've gotten the cool air that's moved out ahead. That's indicated by this skinny line here that we see stretching from Princeton back into just south of downtown Huntsville. Behind this, looks like a tornado warning there for Franklin County in southern Middle Tennessee, but again, that's just outside of our coverage area, headed more into Chattanooga area. So won't go on air for that, but let's take a quick look here. Again, this is generally just outside of our area of coverage, our area of responsibility. But that's going to be probably for a brief little spin up here. There's the new sweep coming around. Got some bad data. But it looks like that just came out. Maybe just that little notch right here. Although the warning is pretty big, so let me see what the warning is for. It's actually east of Winchester, near Sewanee. Oh, so that's for up here. Okay, not quite sure why the warning was drawn all the way down there. Okay, so that's for this. That does look a little concerning. So again, this is close to Sewanee, but also, you saw the update, greens toward the radar, reds away, circulation southeast of Sewanee. That's almost actually out of Franklin County. That's what the warning was issued for. And you do see the shape, the little notch here, the bowing out of the wind and your rotation. But again, that is about out of Franklin County. So I can't imagine that warning is going to be kept for very long. This goes until 1:15. And again, this is moving away from our coverage area. So I don't think that's going to be of concern. What we're going to have to continue to watch is what we got here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. Really for a storm coming into Lacey Spring, that may bring some strong wind gusts along with it. Not really seeing anything concerning in terms of any spin along this line. Nothing that really jumps out here at me. There's wind shift, but that's pretty well it. Moving on through. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you. Take a look at some of our other radar data. Don't see anything concerning there. This is the wind shear product. So there are indications when you get this. I know we have it labeled rotation. The actual product's called wind shear. And it can show you where there's rotation, but it can also show you when it's kind of drawn out like this, more in a line. That's an indication of some strong wind. When it's really looks more like just a ball in one spot, that's more of an indication of rotation. So this is just some drawn out wind that's passed through Triana. It's going over Redstone Arsenal right now, approaching Lacey Spring, South Parkway, South Huntsville area. So again, that could be some gusty wind coming on through. And that looks to be the main threat. No hail really showing up with this thunderstorm. So it's mostly just some strong wind, leading edge here, this segment of this line coming across Triana. There you saw the latest update. And it's kind of bowing out just a little bit. I mean, we talk about this a lot, where you get that little shape that looks like the bow of a bow and arrow, and that's often an indication of wind. There's barely any lightning with this. There's one lightning strike. So this is a stout, I guess we'll call it a thunderstorm, even though it doesn't really have a whole lot of lightning associated with it. But again, that little bowing segment there could produce some strong wind as it moves on through. So we'll kind of track this out. Take a quick look here at the wind velocity. There you see some of that stronger wind. That's some wind being picked up 64 miles per hour. That's blowing actually away from the radar. But that's some strong wind. Definitely some strong wind potentially showing up there. So I think that's our biggest concern here at the moment. So we will track this out. So this is going to be going across South Huntsville, South Parkway area, Lacey Spring, you'll be impacted. Strongest of the wind may actually be coming along the Tennessee River here, going from Madison into Morgan County. The Owens Crossroads area, maybe up to Hampton Cove, down to New Hope. Again, some strong gusty wind coming on through with this thunderstorm. So we're certainly seeing that as a possibility. It is raining now here on top of Montesano, coming down pretty good on top of our heads. Let's continue to keep a close watch on anything. Might be anything that could be a quick little spin up. And keeping in touch with the Weather Service. Flash flood warning now issued for Franklin, Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Colbert County. Not surprised, we're now getting some flash flood warnings. Nothing, just 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in that area across northwest Alabama. So the expectation is that some flooding could occur. Particularly, would be looking for those normal places that typically flood. So we are watching for that as well overnight tonight. There is a flood watch that does remain in effect for all of North Alabama through tomorrow. Again, severe weather threat has ended if you're out here in the northwest corner of the state. Still some rain we're going to have to get through. I think it's a matter of time for Limestone County has probably dropped from the tornado watch, Lincoln County as well. But basically anywhere where we still have the heavier rain and embedded thunder, tornado watch is going to continue. So Franklin, Lawrence, Morgan County, Coleman County, Madison County, and of course now that we've added the Sand Mountain area, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County, that's going to continue as well with the tornado watch. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on things. You know, in particular, I'm going to be monitoring this area here. Don't see anything too concerning at the moment, other than some strong wind. Nothing that immediately jumps out at me as being a tornado threat. But we're going to have to watch for that just in case. So I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to step away for just a second, but I will be back with more updates coming up here in just a few minutes. All right, everyone, back with you. New severe thunderstorm warning, basically an extension of the thunderstorm warning for Madison County and points off to the east. Basically, this is being, I think, pretty much drawn to the Georgia border. But let's take a look here. And then I'm going to try to get into some of the questions y'all may have. We are going to have to keep a close watch on this as this moves through. Maybe a quick little spin up. We're going to have to watch for that. Always something to keep an eye on, especially here, this little notch east of Lacey Spring. Could be something to keep an eye on. Nothing imminent showing up, but something that is worth watching whenever you start to get one of those little indentations. All right, so basically, got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. It's going to be for this area from Princeton back to north at Paint Rock. I will say, though, this part of this line that's coming through, the outflow kind of has raced out ahead of it. That may limit the overall potential for severe weather, but we'll watch here near Princeton, points eastward. And at this point, severe thunderstorm warning, possibility for some strong wind gust. We'll just kind of track this out. That'll be the biggest threat for some wind. Coming into Princeton, Skyline by 119, Stevenson by 140, South Pittsburgh, just outside of our area. Going into Tennessee there around 148. And this severe thunderstorm warning for that little thing that you see near Princeton. Also watching the storm here. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning does continue for basically Madison County, a little bit of Marshall County, but probably we're mostly going to see this stick around in Madison County. And again, I have got to watch. We got nothing that I'm seeing on the velocity that's concerning, but we do have this little divot right here near Hobbs Island. Again, this is about to go over Green Mountain and into the Owens Crossroads area. Just this little divot here. These are the sort of things you kind of look for. But then you look at the velocity, and there's just nothing that's matching up velocity-wise. That's a concern. But it is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. See if it's something that's just temporary or if it's going to persist. There you see the latest update. And there it kind of disappeared. Not as well defined. There's still a little indentation here over getting ready to go over Green Mountain, but now it doesn't look particularly as interesting as it did, but something we will keep an eye on. Let me track this out. Rain's coming down pretty good on our head here on top of Montesano. Starting to get a little more thunder and lightning with this. So this is headed east. So New Hope area, New Hope High School, middle school, elementary school, all right there. Around 114, Paint Rock 118, Woodville area around 121. This warning, I think, goes to 1:30 is the time on it. And elsewhere, yeah, I mean, continue to watch, just see if something might start to spin here, this Hobbs Island Road, or if we just have a little bit of push of some strong wind coming on out. That's certainly a possibility. So, Weather Service has taken note of it as well. It's a broad area rotation. There you see it. The green's blowing towards, the red's away. Again, this is going over Green Mountain right now, near Hobbs Island Road. getting into the Owens Crossroads area. So, I mean, just a heads up, this would be one of those quick little spin ups if something were to develop here. This is just a little south of Owens Crossroads. Let's see here. You can see the road here, Hobbs Island Road. That's right where this is. Where it goes around the southern extent there of Green Mountain, and then eventually connects with 431 over here in the Owens Crossroads area. So that's where this is going to be tracking. It's something that we got to watch. Take you up here into Jackson County. Oh, similar thing. Nothing too concerning there. So we're going to continue to watch down here in southeast Madison County. Now, if something's going to form here along Hobbs Island Road, it's going to be just a quick little spin up. Nothing that's guaranteed to happen. There you saw the latest scan update. Try access our Gunnersville radar, see what it is showing. And it's showing the same sort of thing. This is our Gunnersville radar. Again, that little divot here in this line. Take a look at it. Wind velocity. Nothing that's real concerning. But this, again, right along Hobbs Island Road, just some broad rotation showing up here. Get about ready to approach 431 over in the Owens Crossroads area, just a little south of there. And this is moving east, so this is going to continue along this route going into New Hope. There you see the latest scan update. It's not much, just a little bit of circulation here. And right along Hobbs Island Road, getting ready to cross 431, going into the New Hope area. If you're in New Hope, just be on the safe side. Make sure you're in the center of your house. It's not significant enough for a warning at this point, but these are the things you have to watch for. These quick little spin-ups, they're hard to detect. They happen quickly. They end quickly. And sometimes they totally get missed by radar. So, I mean, there is just a little bit of rotation showing up there. Okay, so we are going to do a tornado warning here. So again, if you're in New Hope, I need you to be headed to your shelter. We're getting ready to roll on air here. Again, if you're in New Hope, head to your shelter. This could be a brief little spin-up tornado that is developing here. I think we are on air now. Tornado warning just coming out for parts of Madison County. For those of you just now tuning in on television, that is for a storm which is moving just south of the Owens Crossroads area. This would be a brief spin-up if you are in the New Hope area. I need you to head to your shelter. It's a brief area rotation showing up here, Hobbs Island Road, getting ready to where it crosses 431 into the New Hope area. Again, we have been seeing some circulation showing up with this thunderstorm. And again, this is passing near New Hope. So if you're in New Hope, if you're here along 431, this is the Madison-Marshall County line. Need you to be headed to your tornado safe place as this is working its way off to the east. Let's show you what the warning is. It is fairly drawn out. This may not be something that lasts very long. One of these quick little spin-ups, typically they do not last long. They come and go quickly, but there you see, and we're going to get frequent updates here. This is tracking its way mostly off to the east and southeast. So again, New Hope moving through right now into the Bucksnort area, 124, Grant Mountain by 128, Grove Oak coming around 142. So again, possible brief spin up that is developing here, extreme southeast Madison County, getting ready to move into parts of Marshall County. So I do need you to be headed to your tornado shelter if you live in these areas. Again, we'll zoom in a little closer here. We'll show you exactly what we're watching. This little divot that you see here approaching Highway 431, again, right on the Madison-Marshall County line. That's where this is going to be crossing. Little rotation that is showing up here, again, close to the New Hope area. So if you are in New Hope and points off to the east and southeast of there, I do want you to head to your tornado safe place. Again, for the possibility of a brief spin-up type of tornado. Not seeing anything on the debris tracker right now that would be indicative of something on the ground, but again, these things happen fast, they spin up quickly. Here's another view. This is using our live radar out of Guntersville, and again, you can kind of see this area, this little, what looks like a hook, which we talk about. And the reason you get this shape is because of circulation showing up here. Again, this is right on the Madison-Marshall County line, right where 431 goes from Madison to Marshall County. There's the latest scan update. Again, this is for the possibility of a brief little spin up. It's right here is where we're seeing it. It's this little thing that looks like a hook. Again, this would not likely be anything particularly strong. This is what the wind velocity looks like. It's not super definitive. And the good news is this is looking pretty low. So this is our live radar in Guntersville. This is looking at the very lowest part of the storm. But what we are seeing is there's the latest scan coming on around. Maybe a little bit of rotation here, now working its way into parts of far northwest Marshall County. The green color blowing towards the radar, the reds are away. Get this sense of counterclockwise rotation. Again, right where 431 goes from Marshall County into Madison County. And again, this is our live radar out of Guntersville. And that's matching up with, again, what looks like just this little hook that can be an indication of rotation along the leading edge of this storm. Let's show you some different radar data. Notice this is Weather Service radar. It's going to be back behind ours a little bit because ours is live. This takes a couple minutes to get to us. But again, showing the same sort of thing. This little hook appendage, again, right where 431 goes from Madison into Marshall County. So I do need you in your tornado safe place if you are in these areas. You see the tornado warning, the way it is drawn in. There's the latest scan update from the Weather Service, and then I'll check out our radar as well. Still showing that possibility. So this is going to be headed mostly east. Don't think this will quite get to Guntersville, but it is traveling through these areas. Again, Grant Mountain around 128, Columbus City around 130, into the Meltonsville area by 134, Kirbytown by 137. Do need you to head to your tornado safe place. Again, this would likely be a quick little spin up type of tornado that can still do damage and can still be dangerous. So I do need you to head to your tornado shelter. Again, the area that we are monitoring right now, again, this is using the Weather Service radar, is just now off of Highway 431. Let's see what pops up here streetwise. Sometimes these are a little bit difficult to read. Looks like this is around Miller Road and New Hope Highway. Miller Road, New Hope Highway area. Again, just across the county line from Madison into Marshall County. Again, this is now just right off of Highway 431. heading into Marshall County. Again, that's the Weather Service radar. This is our live radar. And it's showing in the same general area, again, that possibility of a brief little spin up. Not real definitive on the velocity there. Not really seeing anything on the debris tracker. But this is the area that we are watching. Right in here. Again, right now off of 431, where it goes from Madison on into Marshall County. Little area circulation showing up right here. Again, this could be a brief little spin-up tornado. We get those a lot around here. Oftentimes they're hard to detect. This one, it is showing up. So I do need you to head to your tornado safe place if you are in this part of Marshall County. Again, we'll kind of track this out. Here's the latest scan coming through. The area that we're watching, again, this is going to be very close to Grant, so if you are in Grant, that's probably the most notable town that this is going to be passing through. So Grant, in the next couple minutes, this is going to be coming on through. So if you're in Grant, you need a tornado shelter for, again, the possibility for a brief spin up. Langston area, if it holds together, getting there around 1:43. So from Grant to Langston, anywhere in that area here in Marshall County, need you to head to your tornado safe place for the possibility that we may see a brief tornado spin up here out of this line that is coming on through. Kind of losing the structure on this a bit. Still keeping an eye, though, with our radar out of Gunnersville. Not real definitive. If there is, again, right close to Grant, just now a little west of the Bucksnort area, this little indentation where we have a little spin that is showing up. Again, that's our live radar out of Gunnersville. That's National Weather Service radar. We've kind of lost the signature that we did have. So officially, there you see right there, probably when it was best defined, just near New Hope. Again, crossing into Marshall County. This was a few minutes ago. This was at 1:19. Kind of moved this back and forth, and you can see we kind of lost the structure on that, so that could be a good thing. But again, that's what these are, these quick little spin-ups, and that's really, I think, all that we're set up to get for the rest of this evening and on into tonight. So officially, tornado warning. If there was a spin-up, it may have come and gone, but we'll see if it comes back on newest scans. Let's see here. Officially, the tornado warning goes until 2. Again, it may have come and gone, to be honest. But let's kind of track all this out for you. This whole band of storms that is coming across Marshall. We'll be headed into DeKalb County. Severe thunderstorm warning has been extended all the way to the Georgia border with this little bowed out area. Again, I think we may have had perhaps something brief that tried to spin up. I think that threat has maybe kind of come and gone, but we'll continue to keep an eye on the radar data as it comes on in. But this whole storm, which is going to bring a threat for some strong wind, is going to continue to move across Marshall County. Gunnersville, you'll be kind of on the southern end of this, but that'll be coming through in about the next 10 minutes or so. Langston around 1:43, into Section by 1:48, Fife 1:58, Rainsville 1:59, Fort Payne 2:11, and the Valley Head area coming in around 2:14. Some strong wind gusts, bigger threat, maybe a brief little spin up. We might have had that. Again, it was there and then it was gone, and that is kind of the way these things work. Now, yes, I know tornado warning has it goes all the way until 2, but the area that we were monitoring for a brief little spin up has really kind of come and gone. This is where it was, right here, going over 431 around New Hope. Had this little, instead of it being basically a straight line going from the red into the green. We had this little indentation, which again, an indication of perhaps a little rotation here, green going towards the radar, the reds and the pink going away, a little bit of rotation there with that little indentation. That's gone now. It's gone now. And now it's just more or less a straight line, tracking out your wind shift here. So I think the tornado threat has kind of ended. If we had something, brief little spin up, not a certainty that happened, but that's what happens with these things. We get these brief little spin ups. And if anything, at this point, kind of the wind is beginning to outrun the storm itself. So we may have had a brief spin up. Again, officially, there is a tornado warning that does continue for the time being. So we're going to stay on until that goes away. But I think the threat, at least momentarily, for a tornado has ended. We briefly saw a signature that indicated circulation, possible brief spin up, and that's what these are. They usually don't last very long, and they often happen along these lines of storms coming on through. You do see some strong wind. I think that's certainly a real possibility at this point still with this storm moving on through. But if we had a tornado, I think that threat's kind of come and gone. But let's track this out. Again, this is going to be for some strong gusty wind that could be upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour. So I still want you to take shelter, make sure that you're in the middle of your house, away from windows. Again, still coming through Grant here in the next couple minutes. Langston by 142, Section by 148. Potential for some strong wind gust here. I think less likelihood that we still have a tornado threat. But we're going to keep a watch on this just in case. Again, the area that I would be watching if something were to pop up, again, from Bucksnort over towards Grant, that would be it, where you see just little punch of the storm where it kind of punches out a little bit, some strong wind, and then in some cases you can get just a little spin on the leading edge of that. And so that's what we're going to keep an eye on. I just don't see that as a big threat at this point in time compared to when the warning came out. So even though, yes, warning goes another 30 minutes on the tornado warning, I think for the moment we've kind of seen that potential kind of subsiding. But let me take a closer look here. Again, getting back to our Guntersville radar, we'll show you the view here just in case there's something showing up on it. And I just don't see anything that's of great concern. So we may have had a brief little spin up, or at least a brief possibility of a spin up. So yes, I know the tornado warning does remain in effect here downstream. Grant, the heaviest part of the storm, yeah, moving on through. Could bring some strong wind gusts. But at this point, if we had a tornado threat, that appears to have come and gone. Again, these are brief spin ups. They're not something that's going to last very long. You go back and you look at these, and when the Weather Service does the survey, they're on the ground for a few minutes. They don't travel very far, and then that's it, and then the threat is over with. So that was probably the case here. I don't think that there's any concern at the moment, you know, unless we get something else that were to spin up along here, but I'm just not seeing what we were seeing on radar when the warning was issued. And unless something changes, I just don't see a big threat at this point. Officially, the tornado warning, yes, does continue. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue as well. But let's talk about the big picture. So what all is going on here? We've got this very slow-moving line of storms that's gradually coming across North Alabama. Leading edge of it, particularly here in the northeast corner of the state, is where we have that potential for seeing some severe weather. Although the threat is likely diminishing as the night wears on, as we're kind of losing some of the ingredients that would support additional severe weather. This is all we got right now. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings for Jackson County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in place, coincident with the tornado warning here for Marshall and into DeKalb County. Again, I think for the moment the threat of a tornado has kind of come and gone with this storm, as this would have been one of those brief little spin-up tornadoes that we talk about, and it would appear that potential has kind of come and gone at this point in time. Again, this is the heaviest part of the storm moving through Grant. Where we had a little bit of spin showing up, that's where it was showing up a little west of Grant. So we'll still kind of track this out. I'm going to take a look again at the wind velocity, and perhaps even the wind has kind of outrun where the storm is, which may be an indication, and I'm going to run you back through this. I'm going to show you this. This is what we were watching. If you were watching our live stream before we came on, this is what we were watching. Stout storm, Lacey Spring, had this little notch that we were watching, a little bit of rotation. We bring it up to the current time, and the storm does not look nearly as healthy as it did. Still around Grant, not seeing that spin, not seeing that little indentation like we were, really not even seeing a whole lot of thunder and lightning out of this right now. And although, you know, the radar is kind of shooting through a lot of rainfall, radar's up here, but the storm appears to have lost a lot of its structure as it is moving east. You know, officially, we have the tornado warning that remains in effect. Madison County's been canceled from it. It is in Marshall County now. Let me just get the latest update here. For Marshall County, again, near Grant, which is where it was going to be tracking. But again, the radar signature has really faded on this. But this would be near Grant. This really just looks more like some strong wind coming on through. Not really seeing anything in the debris tracker. So this may have been just something very, very brief. Again, that's how these things work. We do, though, remain under a tornado watch until 3 o'clock this morning. Show you what that looks like, who's still included. Limestone County, Florence County have been dropped. Areas here in southern Middle Tennessee have been dropped from the watch, from that tornado watch. Still in effect, parts of Morgan, Madison, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. But as this little band of storms continues to come on through, we're likely to see other areas dropped from the tornado watch. So just kind of the recap, this is the big picture of what we're tracking, what's going through right now. If you're out here towards Shoals, Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale County, go to bed. Not going to see any more potential for severe weather overnight tonight. Lawrence County, same story. Limestone County. I would say for the most part, I think Madison County is probably going to be dropped here shortly. Morgan County may still hold on to the tornado watch for a little while longer because there are still some storms back here near Haleyville, a little east towards Double Springs area. And as all this kind of translates off to the east and the northeast, parts of Morgan County could still end up maybe with a stronger thunderstorm. The threat's probably a little bit higher across Coleman County, where this activity, again, near Double Springs, will kind of move on off to the east. Looks like they dropped the tornado warning, so that is some good news. Severe thunderstorm warnings, though, do remain in place here for basically the most of Jackson, Marshall, and DeKalb County. So let's go in here. I want to see. So they did cancel the tornado warning. Again, same thing. Circulation had gone away. What prompted the warning? The way the storm looked. All of that changed. All of that became less of a concern. So again, the tornado warning has been canceled. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings that will remain in effect for a little while longer. If you're in Jackson, Marshall, DeKalb County. Right now, the strongest part of this whole band coming across Sand Mountain, moving into Guntersville. And there could be some strong wind gusts associated with it. I think that's the main concern at this point in time. The storm is looking a lot more ragged, less well-defined than it did when it was back in Morgan and Madison counties than it is now. And again, we may have had perhaps something very, very brief spin up. We'll wait and see if there's any damage reported or not, but I think that's all it was, and that threat has kind of come and gone at this point in time. So with that in mind, tornado warning canceled because the threat has ended. We're going to go back to programming. I'm not going anywhere. I'm hanging out until we can give you the all clear all across North Alabama. And we will continue to do some updates. We are live streaming on my meteorologist Jeff Castle Facebook page, on the Way 31 Facebook page, and also on the Way 31 YouTube channel. So we're going to continue to do that, monitor things, and give you updates as necessary. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it back to regular programming. Here, I'm probably going to take a little break. I'll be honest, I've not had dinner. I've been talking since right before 10 o'clock. So I don't think there's anything real imminent in terms of significant severe weather coming on through. We're not getting reports of strong wind. We got reports earlier out in the shoals, some power outages, a few trees down. Really, it's been kind of minimal as far as the reports that we've gotten in. And we were really concerned with a tornado threat going into Florence and the surrounding area. And even out there, we've not gotten any reports that there was any sort of significant damage. So I think we fared pretty well. The environment over Sand Mountain, not quite as conducive for seeing severe weather. Some strong storms. Yes, there are severe thunderstorm warnings for some gusty wind. But, I mean, just looking at this on radar, it's not overly concerning. Some strong wind, perhaps, 40, 50 miles per hour. Probably not anything stronger than that coming through. Heavy rainfall, yes. There's barely any lightning showing up out of this activity. So even though we have these broad severe thunderstorm warnings drawn in, I think the overall potential that you're going to experience severe weather in any one given spot is not going to be all that particularly high. But nonetheless, that does continue to be the case. Looks like severe thunderstorm warning has also been put out for the Coleman area. As well, and that's for the storms back in Winston County as they're coming east. Our hope is, at least here for North Alabama, that all this will continue to come on in, and then it's just going to be rain and some embedded thunderstorm activity the rest of tonight, and any potential for severe weather will remain to the south. Now, with that said, we are going to have to watch storms along the Mississippi border. There are tornado warnings here out of some of this activity. Let me see. Birmingham radar probably will give me a little bit better look at this storm. Yep. So you do see, and this is south of us. So we'll watch. It is moving northeast, but pretty well south of our coverage area. And there's a lot of rain here. So even if this storm does kind of maintain itself as it moves into this larger area of rain, will likely disrupt whatever's going on with it that is causing it to rotate. But there are other strong storms back out here into parts of east central Mississippi that we are going to have to keep an eye on. But the hope is that what we got here around Double Springs blows through Coleman. What we have here over Sand Mountain will continue to fill in across Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. And if there's any severe weather threat that persists through the late night hours, it'll hopefully be a little south of us. But I think we are going to have to continue to watch far southern parts of our area, northern Coleman County, southern Marshall County, even into parts of DeKalb County for maybe a little bit longer. Officially, our tornado watch goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. Let me just take a quick spin here. I'm going to go over to a different computer just to see if there's some questions I can answer that we've not talked about in our coverage. Again, the tornado warning canceled, and for good reason, because the threat had ended. But let's take a look here. I'm going to go to my Facebook page first. And find the live stream. All right. Let's see, most recent thing. Okay, so Tommy just asked, I'm in Lawrence County, Town Creek, can I go to sleep? Yes. Lawrence County's been dropped from the tornado watch. So you are good to go, Tommy, to call tonight. All right, let's see. These are some older comments. That's my page. Again, for you folks, if you're in the Shoals, Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale County, go to bed. Lawrence County, go to bed. Limestone County, go to bed. I would actually say for Morgan and Madison County, you're safe, go to bed. All of southern Middle Tennessee, you're good to go for the rest of tonight. The areas we're going to have to continue to watch for potential severe weather: Coleman County, Marshall County, DeKalb County, Jackson County, at least for a little bit longer, until we see what some of these other storms that are west of Jasper, the ones west of Birmingham out towards the Mississippi border that are going to be coming northeast, just to see what they're going to do as they come on in. But otherwise, we're good to go in a lot of other places. Those counties that I mentioned, Huntsville area, Athens, Decatur, you're fine. Again, back out towards the Shoals, done, go to bed, nothing else you're going to have to worry about. But again, Coleman County, Marshall County, Jackson County, particularly from Scottsboro to the east, and all of DeKalb County, still need to keep an eye on things. I don't think we're going to have tons of severe weather for the rest of tonight. Again, the activity moving through Marshall County and Jackson, DeKalb County, yes, we have severe thunderstorm warnings, but no, the storms are not well organized. They don't look particularly mean. But we've got the warnings nonetheless. So we're just going to keep an eye on the radar for you as we head through the next few hours. Let me go on over to the Way 31 page just to check some of the comments. This is not something that we always have the opportunity to do when we're in this coverage. But let's see. Jennifer wanted to know, threat over New Hope? Yes, threat is over for New Hope. New Hope, yes. Marshall County, I would say if you're Gunnersville, north and west of Gunnersville, you should be okay. south and east of Gunnersville. Still probably need to watch for a little bit longer. Hartselle, you're good. You're good to go to bed. Are we clear for Fayetteville? There's a couple questions, so I'll hopefully answer that. Yeah, all of southern Middle Tennessee, you're good to go. You're good to go. All right. Okay, I think that hopefully answers a lot of questions. Again, I'm going to leave the radar up here for a little bit. We're going to continue with the live stream. I'm going to take a little short break. I'll be back with you with some updates, though. Just want you to know I'm not going anywhere. But again, right now there's just the activity that we have over Sand Mountain. It's just some rain and some thunder and lightning. I know there's the severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't think they're necessarily necessary. But nonetheless, some of these heavier showers coming through may have a little gusty wind. That's the main threat at this point. Leading edge of these storms not well organized to the point that we have to be watching for any sort of spin-ups along it. I think for now that threat is more back for Double Springs to west of Jasper, and we'll have to see what those storms do as they track east into Coleman County. But again, for now, yes, some severe thunderstorm warnings. No, I don't think there's any imminent severe weather, even across Marshall, Jackson, and DeKalb County as well. But going to watch the radar, and yeah, I'll be back to do some more updates for you as we head through the next little bit. Tornado watch until 3 a.m. for the counties still under that, for Coleman, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County. Technically, Morgan and Madison County are also still under the tornado watch, but likely some more areas are going to be trimmed from it soon. But again, I'll be back with more updates coming up in just a little bit. Hi again, everyone. Way 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Jeff Castle. Another tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service in Huntsville. That is for a storm near Section, Alabama. As we've been seeing with these storms, quick little spin-ups, possibility. This may not last very long, but if you're here near Powell, over towards Sylvania, I want you to head to your tornado safe place just to be on the safe side. Again, that is for a little bit of rotation that is showing up here in the vicinity of Powell. Again, this would be a quick spin up. This is not going to be something that is sustained, long lasting. Quick spin up, it's going to come and go. But there is the tornado warning. This has been extended now all the way to the Georgia border. Don't think it'll last this long. But again, if you're around Powell, Sylvania, we'll say even towards Rainsville, Valley Head, Hammondville, Mentone, go ahead and seek shelter for, again, the possibility we get a brief spin-up type of tornado. This is all this is likely going to end up being. Again, Rainsville, it'll be there around 207, into the Sylvania school area around 209, Valley Head by 223, Mentone coming up around 225. Again, brief little spin-up is going to be a possibility moving out of Jackson County and on into DeKalb County. Let me clear off all the information here, and I'll show you what we are monitoring. And that is going to be this little thing that looks a little bit like a hook around Powell. That's an indication of a little spin on the basically the southern flank of this little shower moving through, this heavier shower. There's really not even a whole lot of thunder and lightning out of any of this activity. But what we've got here, and I'll kind of circle it, right here near Powell, that's where we may see a brief spin up. So this would be from Powell tracking towards Sylvania. Probably going to stay just north of you folks in Rainsville. But you may have gotten woken up by perhaps the sirens or your cell phone going off for an alert. This is not going to be something that is likely going to be anything more than a brief little spin up. This is the area that we're watching close to Powell. Reminder what the colors represent. The reds and the pinks blowing away from the radar. The greens are coming towards. So right here in the vicinity of Powell, this is right along Highway 35, is where we may see a quick little spin-up type of tornado. Let me take a look here at our debris tracker. I don't really see anything that's concerning as far as it goes. So again, this would be just something real quick that would come and go. In some cases, even in between radar scans, this can happen. So watching this, again, this is right around Powell, tracking to near Sylvania. Again, Rainsville, it's probably going to stay just north. If it holds together, headed towards Valley Head, again, Hammondville, 221 there, Valley Head, 222, and maybe would make it to Mentone. But again, these things are not long lasting. They show up briefly as a possibility, and then they're gone. And I would say even here, with some of the latest scans, it's not looking quite as concerning. This is when the warning came out. In particular here, back towards Rock City, a little west of Powell. Definitely something there. And now with the latest scans, what was there that kind of looked like a little hook is largely gone. There's still a little indentation here in this storm close to Powell. So again, there might still be a possibility of something that could spin here. But I would say the threat has kind of come and gone. And if it goes the way of the last warning, which had been issued for parts of Marshall County, it was canceled early. So this one may be that way as well. But we're going to stay with it here at least for a little bit longer. You know, got to watch all areas along these storms. These quick spin-ups, they're tough to detect. And again, they're quick. That's why we call them brief spin-ups. They don't last very long. A couple minutes on the ground, may do a little damage. For the most part, they aren't that strong. Occasionally, they can be. I would say in this sort of setup and kind of what I'm seeing, this would not be something that would be incredibly strong if something were to develop. But again, we've kind of lost the radar signature that prompted the warning. And the idea being we don't want to miss these, but sometimes by the time the radar signature actually shows up, the tornado may almost be happening and then it's gone by the time the warning actually gets out. But again, what we're seeing here is kind of fizzled near Powell. Still could be some strong wind out of this. Are occasionally getting some reports of some stronger winds. So let's talk about that potential. That's probably a greater threat for those of you in the path of this storm. Maybe some winds, 50 miles per hour, perhaps a little bit higher. That's possible. This will be coming through Henniger around 211, excuse me, the Valley Head area around 221, and Mentone again around 222 before heading on into Georgia. So probably a better chance that you're going to pick up some gusty wind out of this than an actual tornado. As what prompted the tornado warning has kind of come and gone here, what was on radar. But let's zoom back in here. Again, what we were tracking was just outside of Powell back towards Rock City. Again, kind of what we are seeing now is more indicative of some gusty wind coming through as opposed to a tornado threat. This is a look at the wind velocity. I don't see anything out here that's particularly alarming. From near Rainsville till Sylvania to near Henniger, it's wind shift. We definitely have a change in the wind direction. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. There's another thing that's happened here. Okay, here's your storm. There's the main core of the storm. This area in blue kind of snaking ahead of it, that's your outflow from the storm. That's the rush of cool air. If we're going to have some strong wind, and this is actually where the wind shift is as well. I pull this back up, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. The storm is here. You're going to see that change in wind direction well out ahead of it. That's not conducive for producing a tornado. So here's your change in wind direction, again, ahead of the main core of the storm. That makes it difficult to get a tornado when that happens, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. Even back here towards Sylvania, the outflow, rain-cooled air out ahead of the storm. Difficult to get something to spin in this sort of situation. So again, that threat may have come and gone as far as a tornado. With this particular thunderstorm, officially, tornado warning does remain in effect. I think damaging wind is the more likely scenario at this point in time. You can see that rain-cooled air extends well out ahead of the heavier rainfall in Sylvania. But again, there could be some wind gusts, 40, 50 miles per hour. There's more heavy rain back into parts of Jackson as well as Marshall County. Let's just show you the big picture here. We do continue with some severe thunderstorm warnings out of this. But I think the threat for a tornado has kind of ended with this storm that is now close to Sylvania because the outflow has spread out ahead of it. What we may have to watch here, southern Marshall County and this area, this heavier storm, this heavier rainfall back to the southwest of Fort Payne, coming into the Crossville-Collinsville area. That is something we'll have to watch. There might be something that could try to spin up there. I think that's a more likely scenario where we could get maybe another brief spin up compared to where our tornado warning is for now because, again, that rain-cooled air has kind of progressed out ahead of that storm that prompted the warning. We do continue to watch back off to the southwest of us. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Coleman County. Did have a report there. EMA reporting some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. I'm not sure the exact location of that. I did check the airport in Vinemont and only saw some winds there that have been gusting around 30, 40 miles per hour. And those are primarily the gradient winds. Those are the winds not necessarily associated with the thunderstorm. But again, there was a report out of Coleman County from the EMA there of a wind gust of 60, but again, not exactly sure where that was. There are some stronger storms moving out of Winston County and on into Coleman County. And we do have a tornado-warned storm back off to the west of Birmingham and north of Tuscaloosa that we're going to have to keep an eye on, although it looks like as that storm continues to progress north and east, they're gone with, instead of a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. But we are going to have to keep an eye on that as well. Again, getting back up here into DeKalb County, I think the threat for a brief little spin-up tornado has ended because this skinny little bluish green line, that's your rain-cooled air that has progressed out ahead of the main core of the storms, and that pretty well kills any chance of getting a tornado. But let me check here, just check in with the Weather Service, see what they're saying. Don't really have an update here. Again, we got the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for a large part of Sand Mountain. And that's basically going to be for this area of storminess, stretching from northeast Coleman County, across southern Marshall County, Jackson, DeKalb County. Again, our storm here that prompted the tornado warning, I think that that ship has set sail as far as a tornado threat going. Watching back here, though, in southern parts of DeKalb County. So let me take a quick look here where we don't have that rain-cooled air that's kind of outrun this storm. And we will have to watch maybe some areas along here for, again, perhaps a quick little spin up. So if you are here towards Geraldine, Crossville, again towards Fort Payne, that's something that we're going to have to watch for maybe a brief little spin up in those areas. Certainly won't rule that out. Again, I think even this storm is now beginning to weaken a little bit, not as much red in it, because again, the outflow here stretching from Rainsville to just north of Valley Head has kind of outrun the storm. That's kind of cutting off some of the energy feeding into the storm. And again, it's difficult to get a tornado when the outflow has raced out ahead of the parent thunderstorm. Just a quick look here. And you see that. That's where the wind shift is. And it is well ahead of where the heaviest rainfall is. But there is some gusty wind coming through Rainsville. There's some gusty wind that's going to be approaching Valley Head, basically as you come off of Sand Mountain down into the valley. Here's your latest scan update. And then, of course, you start going up Lookout Mountain on the other side. So some strong wind could be coming down the mountain. That's certainly a possibility. But I think the tornado threat has pretty well come and gone here. This is the update. Removed Jackson County from the tornado warning, kept it for DeKalb. The area of circulation has weakened, but we are still monitoring it. So the warning officially remains in effect, but again, the outflow from this storm has preceded out ahead of it. And again, that almost always kills the threat for a tornado. Might have had something briefly spin up back towards Section when it was near the Powell community, and I think that was it. So officially, yes, the tornado warning continues. Unofficially, in my opinion, the tornado threat has ended. Otherwise, yeah, we're watching here DeKalb County. Going to have to watch this area back towards Geraldine, Crossville. Again, brief spin up. That's all that we are set up for. This is not going to be a sustained tornado that's going to track 10, 20, 30 miles. It is going to be brief, and then it's going to go away. But we're going to have to watch here. Again, got a little push of some wind coming out near Geraldine. That's why this part of the storm looks that way. And then north of Geraldine, that's where there's wind feeding into the storm. Where those two meet is where you can get one of those brief little spin-ups. Perhaps even seeing that here. So we might get a tornado warning here for you folks in DeKalb County, so just be prepared. Again, Geraldine, winds coming away from the radar. We're using the National Weather Service radar out of Jackson County. So a push of wind around Geraldine, and then a little feed of wind going back northeast of Geraldine. And where these two meet, green's toward the radar, red's away. A little circulation showing up here off to the northeast of Geraldine. So perhaps another opportunity for a brief spin up. Likely would not be anything more than that. We don't have a warning here, but this looks a little more conducive to produce a tornado than where we actually have the tornado warning there to the north. So we're going to track this. Again, the outflow continues to pull away. This is it. The heavy rain and the main core of the storm back towards Sylvania. I don't think we have a tornado threat here. So this tornado warning probably needs to be canceled. Where we are watching now, though, is across southern parts of DeKalb County, where we're seeing the same sort of thing happen, where there is a little spin showing up just off to the northeast of Geraldine. So I'm going to track that out. This is going to be a heads up for you folks in this part of DeKalb County. I think there's a better chance maybe for a brief spin up here than where we actually have the ongoing tornado warning. Again, that threat has ended. Where is this going? Towards Gilbert Crossroads here in the next few minutes, into Peaks Corner, 221, Hughes Mill around 228, and into the Adamsburg area around 235. Again, brief spin up is a possibility here off to the northeast of Geraldine, and that is going to be a more likely threat than where we have an actual tornado warning right now. Let's see. Tornado warning canceled for Jackson County, continues for DeKalb. Tornado watch has been canceled for Madison County. We talked about that a little bit earlier on the stream, that it was probably just a matter of time before Madison County was dropped from the tornado watch. So tornado watch dropped again for Madison County. Again, if we have a tornado threat, it is no longer from the storm that prompted the warning. It is going to be for this part of the storm, northeast of Geraldine. That's moving east-northeast, so towards Lydia, even towards the Fort Payne area. We're going to have to watch, but we're also watching the outflow. And if this starts to race a little bit more ahead of the core of this storm, then we're going to be in the same sort of situation that we were for the other warning that came out, and that the threat's going to diminish. Taking another look here, just take you back in time. Okay, this is what I was just showing you. Had a little bit of spin there near Geraldine, and if you kind of follow that along, it's kind of gone away. But still worth watching. Tornado warning in the process of being canceled. So they are canceling the warning for DeKalb County. I would say this is still worth watching around Fife now, Geraldine. Let me actually show you where this is going, and I want to get a better track on it. Again, there's not a warning. Let's kind of track this. Take it a little northeast. So this is going to be headed towards Fort Payne. Again, there's not a warning on it. The other warning canceled, so as it should have been. But we're watching this area now for potentially maybe another sort of brief spin-up threat. Fife in the next couple minutes. Fort Payne, this will be coming in around 2:33. So just want you to have the heads up here. Pumpkin Center, 2:39. Into the Burgess area around 2:45. Again, officially not a warning, but it's the same sort of thing that we've been monitoring with these storms, where we get these brief areas of spin and potential for a quick little spin up. And the only thing that's going to hamper that is, again, if the outflow starts to pull away, and we are starting to kind of see that here. So this is the core of the storm. Here's the latest scan update coming on through. This is the outflow. Still pretty close to the core of the storm, but Where we have the little indentation, that's a little bit farther back from, again, where that rain-cooled air is. And that's also what the storm is doing now. As it's kind of coming northeast, it's kind of ingesting some of this cooler, more stable air as a result of the rain-cooled flow going out away from that. I'm going to do a quick look here. Wind velocity, don't see anything particularly alarming, even though this still has a bit of an interesting shape. But again, because the outflow is starting to pull away from this heavier rain around Fife and Geraldine, again, that may be squashing the potential for seeing anything spin up. There we got another scan update. Another quick look here. Another check with the Weather Service. Let's talk tornado watch. I know I've had some people asking, am I okay to go to bed? For a lot of you, yes. All right, here's the remainder of the tornado watch. It goes until 3. No indications whether this is going to be extended, if there's going to be a new sort of watch that may cover some of the same areas. What I can tell you now is that southern Tennessee out of it, Madison, Limestone County have been dropped from the tornado watch, and areas in the northwest corner of the state, Florence, out towards Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale County, all dropped from the tornado watch. Officially, Morgan County still in, even though most of the heavier storms have left Morgan County. But we're still watching areas of Coleman, Marshall, and DeKalb County in particular. I think Jackson County, Morgan County may be the next 2 if anything is dropped before the tornado watch actually expires at 3 o'clock in the morning. Those may be the next ones to be taken out of the mix. But just one more look here at radar. What we got going on. There's plenty of rain. Keep in mind, flash flood warnings are out here. There could be some high water that develops in flood-prone areas out here into the shoals. We may see some additional flash flood warnings that come in overnight tonight. At the moment, severe weather threat confined here to areas of DeKalb County primarily and areas of Coleman County where we have some heavier storms. Most of this continues to come off to the east. The more we fill in with rain over North Alabama, the lower likelihood of any additional severe weather. There are some nasty storms you see west of Birmingham. That's a ton of lightning with that one. But this one's also moving northeast and basically into all this rain area, and that may kind of seal its fate. But we'll have to continue to watch if there's anything new that, say, comes up through Birmingham before we fill in with rainfall here that could still pose some sort of severe weather threat through the late night hours. So just something to watch. But for now, all indications are the tornado watch will be allowed to expire at 3. I've not seen any discussion about anything else coming out, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. Just one more report here. Jackson County of a tree down in a roadway. Going to get one last look here outside of Fort Payne. I think this is more of a gusty wind threat coming through than a tornado threat. But we're going to keep an eye on it for you. Again, quick spin-ups, a quick chance for something to spin, and that's about it. So again, Fort Payne, just bear that in mind as this thunder shower, heavier rain moves on in. Might be a brief opportunity for a brief spin-up. Not really seeing anything alarming at the moment, and we don't have any tornado warnings in effect. So with that in mind, going to go back to programming again. We are continuing to do some streaming updates on social media and also on the Way 31 YouTube channel. And we'll be continuing to watch. I am going to leave the radar up here for you in these areas in the northeast corner of the state where we still have some stronger storm activity. But for a lot of us, for the rest of tonight, it's just going to be rainfall. You folks in Coleman, parts of Marshall, DeKalb County, hopefully not too much longer before we can give you the all clear. But again, going to go back to regular programming. We will break back in if necessary, and again, continue to provide you some updates online. Well, hello again, everyone, here on the live stream. Let's get you another update on the weather. And this is probably going to be the last one that I'm going to do and shut the live stream down and only bring it back up if there's a need to. We are anticipating that the tornado watch will be allowed to expire coming up here at 3 a.m. Latest update here from the Storm Prediction Center. I kind of missed this. This came out about an hour ago. But they are indicating ongoing storms in northeast Alabama approaching northwest Georgia, showing a weakening trend, and they expect little potential for any appreciable re-intensification. They do state a new severe weather watch appears unlikely, but they're going to continue to monitor trends just in case. But again, they are seeing kind of what we're seeing is that a gradual weakening with diminishing severe weather potential across northeastern Alabama and into adjacent northwestern Georgia. So at this point, we do anticipate that the tornado watch will be allowed to expire 3 a.m. Nothing else is going to be issued, at least for the time being. So this is what we've still got going on. Just going to do a little recap. It's mostly rain now for most of us. Severe weather threat, Scottsboro, so Jackson County, Madison County, essentially Morgan County, Limestone, Lawrence, Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale County. It's over with, severe weather threat. Still some strong storm activity in Coleman County, Blount County, over into DeKalb County, around I-59, points eastward. Still could have a couple stronger storms. Marshall County, for the most part, is just rain showing up at this point. Nothing real strong. Southern Middle Tennessee, severe weather threat is over with. Quick check here into DeKalb County. We still have a stronger thunderstorm that has pushed through Fort Payne. This is the one that we were talking about, that we were keeping an eye on. But this continues to move east-northeast, so this is going to be clearing out of DeKalb County in the not-too-distant future. Just a quick check on the wind velocity. Don't see anything that's particularly alarming here. We still officially do have one severe thunderstorm warning. That still includes DeKalb County. So still the possibility for some gusty wind here. Update from the Weather Service as well. It just came out. Again, watching the same areas. Coleman County, DeKalb County, parts of Marshall County. They mentioned Jackson County, but I think chances are pretty low that there's going to be anything else strong in Jackson County. Watching the rest of the area for flooding due to the steady rainfall continuing. We do remain under a flood watch as we take you through the rest of tonight and really most of the day tomorrow. Working on clearing Morgan County from the tornado watch. Let me just double check. On the tornado watch. Right, until 3 a.m. So it appears that the watch is probably going to be allowed to expire. I mean, there's an outside chance that some of these areas, as I've seen this done before, maybe they would opt to keep the watch going for maybe Coleman County. I'm not even sure where else. Where the other watches are. But let's show you this. Again, Morgan County is about ready to be cleared. Again, it was going to expire at 3 anyway, but Morgan County being dropped from it. But that fact that Morgan County is being dropped, even though we're so close here to the watch expiring, makes me wonder if, okay, maybe not. There we go, all gone. Okay, so it looks like everyone's been dropped here from the watch across the northeast corner of the state. Still a couple counties here. Birmingham area has been a little bit busier with some tornado potential storms, so they've maybe not gotten to clear out the watch. So basically, they've expired the watch for everywhere that it was in play. Storm Prediction Center indicating they don't anticipate that there's going to be any other sort of watch out there. So it does continue here for Marion, Winston County. But in general, I think we're mostly going to be in pretty good shape here for the rest of tonight, minus the flooding potential. Officially just a flood warning out here into the Shoals, Colbert, Franklin, Lauderdale County, flood warning, but there may be some additional ones that come on through because rain's going to persist. Heaviest storm activity just southwest of our area. We still do have a pretty strong thunderstorm here, a little northwest of Birmingham. Let me pull up the Birmingham radar. So that one's still pretty stout, but as it's kind of tracking into the rain area that we have here, perhaps losing a little bit of punch as it does. So at this point, you know, I'm going to hang out for just a little bit longer just to make sure. Again, tornado watch has been expired. It was set to expire at 3. It's gone for North Alabama. And we're not expecting that anything's going to be reissued. Let me take a quick walk over here. One last look at Facebook comments on the live. Just see if there's anything that folks that are still on here. I think a lot of people are going to bed, and that's a good thing. That's where I'm going to be headed pretty soon, I hope. Let's see here. Checking out the comments, waiting for those to load up. And okay, I don't think we really have anything. All right, so with that in mind, and things continuing to kind of fizzle out here on radar, it's going to be a rainy night. There's going to be a little thunder and lightning, so you'll probably hear some of that. And again, just be aware, rain's going to continue. We've already had a good bit of rain in quite a few spots, and there could be some spots of flooding that do develop overnight tonight, so just be aware of that out first thing tomorrow morning. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream. For now, obviously, if something changes and we need to be back on, we'll do that. I just don't see that there will be a need at this point in time. But appreciate you all tuning in and keeping up with us, keeping up with the weather. We try to do our best to get you the information that you need to keep yourself safe. But with that, there's the radar, one last look, and we're going to go ahead and shut down the live stream, I hope, for the rest of this evening. And we may get a little bit of a break in severe weather potential that may take us through at least the middle of April, and that is some fantastic news. All right, everyone, have a good night, be safe, and we will see you on here again, hopefully not too soon, but we know at some point that'll happen. Have a good rest of your week.